Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2838. Long Chen had a rough idea that the Dark Star Divine Emperor definitely knew something since he had summoned him alone this time. However, he never expected him to even know about Donghua Great Emperor. However, Long Chen had the God-slaying sword and demon suppression tower now. These were fortune god artifacts that he had subdued. They obviously stood on Long Chen's side. Although there were many valiant spirits in the divine sword and demon tower, they all possessed intelligence. The 100,000 gods and demon spirits were actually just a single entity. The Dark Star Divine Emperor and Donghua Great Emperor both come from the Tianchong region. They're the masters of two neighboring worlds in the Tianchong region. They once fought against each other, and later on, they became acquainted through battle, forming a deep friendship. They've also roamed the myriad worlds together in the past. They're people you can trust. This was the message that the gods and demon spirits in the divine sword and demon tower had sent to Long Chen. Long Chen was overjoyed. He never thought the Dark Star Divine Emperor would actually have such a relationship with Donghua Great Emperor. They were at the same realm of cultivation, so their strength was probably around the same. Since they were brothers, he obviously cared about Donghua Great Emperor's death. Clearly, the Dark Star Divine Emperor had sensed the existence of the divine sword and demon tower that he was familiar with. Perhaps he had already learnt about it the moment Long Chen arrived in the battlefield of gods and demons. With his abilities, he probably knew Long Chen's cultivation was far greater than what he displayed. With this premise, Long Chen could say without worry, "Senior, Donghua Great Emperor and the mysterious person were fighting above me that day, except I couldn't make out the person's appearance. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. He probably cultivates a law called nothingness, or perhaps it's related to it. As a result, whether it's his figure or his attacks, I couldn't see anything. Senior, do you know who in the myriad worlds is capable of something like that?" The Dark Star Divine Emperor's eyes sank when he heard that. He shook his head and said, "Donghua contacted me, but unfortunately by the time I arrived, he was already dead. He doesn't know who that person is, and neither do I, of course." He did not suspect that Long Chen was related to that mysterious person. Although Long Chen was good, he could only be considered a divine king. He could not enter the circle of their god realm of absolute beginning. He had expected that Long Chen did not understand at all. He only asked to see if there was any hope. If this person really exists, he will definitely leave traces in the myriad worlds. Senior, you can ask around according to the rules he cultivates. Maybe you can avenge Senior Donghua, Long Chen suggested. The Dark Star God Emperor nodded. Donghua is my sworn brother. Yet he suddenly died in such a mysterious manner. Avenging him is something I must do in this life. I've already made a request to the 1,000 Paper Cranes. They will find him for me. 1,000 Paper Cranes. An intelligence organization that covers the infinite worlds. As long as they can afford the treasure, there is no one they can't find. The Dark Star God Emperor said. Looks like Di Jun will definitely use the 1,000 Paper Cranes to find me. Perhaps he already knows I'm on Buzhou Mountain. I need to hurry. Right now, the divine kings of the eternal god race are guarding outside, so I can't leave the battlefield of gods and demons. As a result, I need to gain strength in here as quickly as possible. Regardless of what it was, they were all urging him to charge forward. There was something worth rejoicing over, which was the Dark Star God Emperor. Due to his relationship with Emperor Donghua, it was possible for him to become his backer. He had to befriend this old man who watched over the battlefield of gods and demons. If he had his protection, things would be much easier for Long Chen. It was all because of his protection today that he managed to survive this disaster. Yang Chen, I can tell that you're talented and intelligent. If it weren't for that, Donghua would never have passed his final legacy to you, helping you control the divine sword and demon tower. He must have wanted you to find out the truth in the future and avenge him, right? The Dark Star God Emperor's eyes were serene and deep, awe-inspiring. Meeting his gaze made one feel like they were standing in the endless cosmos. He was a giant star, while they were insignificant specks of dust. Long Chen nodded. Senior is correct. I did promise him that I would avenge him. The Dark Star God Emperor smiled helplessly. That's just how old Fart Donghua is. Even when he dies, he refuses to give up hope. That's more than enough to show just how aggrieved he was when he died. He looked at Long Chen and said, Yang Chen, I'll get straight to the point. Since you've obtained the divine sword and demon tower, you can be regarded as Dong Hua's disciple. He's my brother, so I'm your senior. As your senior, I have to warn you that revenge is too distant for you right now. What's most important for you is still to properly grow up. Also, you still have to be careful with the eternal god race. With me around, there won't be any problems for now, but you definitely can't leave here. By then, I won't be able to protect you. Even if you're in the divine battlefield, there's still people of the Heaven Region Alliance. If they discover you're here and they start making trouble, it'll be enough to make me suffer. I don't want to know how you offended them, but I have to tell you that if you want to escape from trouble, you have to be stronger than the trouble. He could tell that the Dark Star God Emperor truly wanted Long Chen to grow up in peace. After leaving the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen had a few people who truly treated him well, from the Builder Tree to Mount Buzhou. Now that he had the Dark Star God Emperor, he could be considered lucky. People who treated him well, such as the Donghua Emperor who gave him the divine sword and demon tower. Long Chen had always known how to repay their kindness. Don't worry, senior. I understand everything you're saying. The Dark Star God Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Long Chen had a steady personality and was decisive. He was indeed a rather impressive successor. Old fart, you're lucky before you die. You just happened to find someone you can entrust your life to. The Dark Star God Emperor sighed inside before saying to Long Chen, as for the people in the battlefield of gods and demons, I'll order them not to tell the eternal god race that you're here. None of the god kings who make their way through the battlefield of gods and demons can escape my eyes. He was a mighty great perfection god emperor, one of the most powerful experts Long Chen had seen so far, so he obviously had the ability to do that. Before the Dark Star God Emperor, Long Chen fully understood his insignificance. The tremendous difference between the God realm of Grand Beginning and the God realm of Absolute Beginning was something that even the body of an ancestral dragon could not make up for at times. Right now, he was basically far too young. However, he had already climbed to such a high level. It was not necessarily impossible for him to climb even higher now. I'd like to see just how far you can go in the battlefield of gods and demons. Work hard and fight. Dong Hua and I have been brothers for our entire lives, but we weren't able to make it in time before he died. For the sake of this old fart's peace of mind, as long as you're in the battlefield of gods and demons, I'll guarantee your safety. I'm a man of my word. Thank you, senior. With that, Long Chen completely stopped worrying. Just like that, he would have sufficient time to train himself and pursue the cultivation of primordial realm god emperors until he could contend against them. Due to his relationship with Emperor Dong Hua, the Dark Star God Emperor would definitely protect him. As for Di Jun, he definitely could not trouble the Dark Star God Emperor, as the Dark Star God Emperor was definitely not Di Jun's opponent. A single word from the Dark Star God Emperor was more important than anything else. Go and fight. The Dark Star God Emperor waved his hand. After thanking him, Long Chen left the wooden hut. After emerging, a group of several hundred god kings stared at him blankly. Their eyes were filled with envy. The Dark Star God Emperor who watched over the battlefield of gods and demons had summoned him. For the sake of Long Chen, he had actually gone against the 8 divine kings of the eternal god race. His regard for him was clear. They obviously understood that Long Chen was not someone they could afford to provoke. They were only at the bottom of the battlefield of gods and demons. Farewell, everyone. Long Chen bid farewell to these divine kings who were looking at him enviously. Then, he headed for the second floor of the battlefield of gods and demons with Mo Xiaolang and the others. At this time, the others had already come out of their divine kingdoms. They exchanged glances with each other and their expressions became relaxed. Charge. They made their way to the second floor together. Long Chen's objective was to make his way through the battlefield of gods and demons. From today onwards, he only belonged to battle, working hard for the divine king that Li Xuanji had mentioned. What came next was a moment of shock in the battlefield of gods and demons. Starting from the second floor, Long Chen basically charged forward. From the first floor to the 50th floor, he spent less than a month in total. During this month, he spent most of it waiting for his opponent. He was a new legend in the battlefield of gods and demons. On the 50th floor, the surroundings were already filled with perfected godly monarchs. However, in these 50 battles, Long Chen defeated all his opponents in a single move without exception. Furthermore, no one could see how he won. His name began to rise in the battlefield of gods and demons. Of course, there was also Mo Xiaolang and the others. Mo Xiaolang followed closely behind Long Chen and had already fought his way to the 40th floor. Soyan and Yang Lingqing were also nearing the 40th floor. After the 40th floor, God Kings at the Great Perfection God Kings began to appear, so Yang Lingqing and the others slowed down. They needed to rest for a period of time before they could participate in the battle. Only Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued to advance without stopping. It was estimated that Mo Xiaolang would reach his limit at the 70th floor and his battles would become exciting. As for Long Chen's limit, no one knew until now. Up to the 50th floor, his battles ended instantly without any surprises. This Yang Chen's true cultivation is at least a Great Perfection God King, or even a Final God King. This damned bastard is actually pretending to be weak. A friend of mine made it to the 43rd floor after so much difficulty, only to be pushed back to the 42nd floor by him. It's said that this guy has an extremely close relationship with the Dark Star Divine King. No one is bold enough to provoke him. I think he wants to challenge the God King ranking. There are plenty of people who want to challenge the God King ranking. There's only a single opportunity every month. Do you think he'll succeed? The God King ranking is filled with supreme geniuses among final God Kings who are close to becoming God Kings. Every single one of them is a God King elite. With the strength this guy has displayed so far, he should still be a little lacking, but he'll definitely charge forward. Let's wait and see. Chapter 2839. Rushing to the 50th level in one go wasn't a big deal for the God Fiend battlefield. Those who were perfected God Kings or ultimate God Kings could easily do it. For example, those on the God King ranking, when they came to the God Fiend battlefield for the first time, they basically rushed to dozens of levels in one go. There were even some who rushed to the 90th level. They fought continuously without rest. To be able to do this was already heaven-defying. Even the top 10 of the God King ranking would take a break after fighting many battles at the same level as them. They wouldn't be in too much of a hurry. But to Long Chen, the 50th level was just the beginning. When he stepped into the 50th level, over 100 perfected God Kings came out of their cultivation rooms and looked at him coldly. The 50th level of the God Fiend battlefield was not much different from the first level. The only difference was that the God Kings here were slightly stronger. Those who could reach this level probably had combat strength similar to Xueqi and the others. Of course, Xueqi and the others had a lot of room for improvement. To save time, Long Chen directly walked to the wooden hut and prepared to apply for a battle. His goal was naturally to rush to the God King ranking in one go. This was heroism. He really went to challenge. He just finished the battle below, and he can't wait to appear. How ferocious. Can he succeed? Seeing how calm and decisive he was, all the godly monarchs felt a deep sense of reverence. It's you. Among the crowd, a God King suddenly let out a startled cry. Long Chen immediately looked over. He seemed to have seen this God King before. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the first God King he met after obtaining the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda? Of course, Long Chen had made him kneel. He even suspected that Long Chen was the mysterious person who killed Great Sovereign Lord Dong Hua. If he is that mysterious person, he can't possibly enter here, and he wouldn't challenge here. It seems like I'm overthinking things. God King Firmament hurriedly lowered his head. It turned out that Long Chen was the one who had been climbing up recently. Long Chen glanced at him and didn't pay much attention to him. After submitting the application in the wooden hut, he began to wait. Truth be told, the most time spent on each floor was waiting for an opponent. It wasn't easy for everyone to reach this floor, and no one wanted to retreat. So, fewer and fewer people had the determination to fight Long Chen. Let me. Suddenly, a young man with a face like pink jade walked out of the cultivation room. He didn't look very old, but his eyes were very sharp. Even after staring at Long Chen for a long time, he felt like he was being burned. It's Sir Fudu. Young Master Fudu came last month and rested for a month after reaching the 50th floor. Coincidentally, he met Yang Chen. I guess he came because he heard about Yang Chen. They are both heaven-defying fellows who managed to reach the 50th floor in one go. Who will be stronger? The gods were also making way for young Master Fudu. Young Master Fudu's eyes were indifferent, and he was calm and composed. He passed by Long Chen and entered the wooden hut to register. He turned back and said to Long Chen, "Don't you think it's more interesting to bet something and fight? What do you want to bet? Tell me." Long Chen didn't really care. "How about we bet with our lives?" Young Master Fudu smiled faintly. The gods didn't expect him to say something like that. They were shocked. Generally speaking, everyone came here for a breakthrough. They wouldn't bet their lives unless they had no other choice. Long Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect young Master Fudu to be such an arrogant person. It seemed like he treated him as a mortal enemy. He must have always been arrogant. After all, he managed to reach the 50th floor in one go. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, Long Chen also did it easily. "I remember there's a god emperor among young Master Fudu's seniors. If he dies, Yang Chen will be in trouble." "Not necessarily. Yang Chen has the support of the Dark Star God Emperor. Young Master Fudu's seniors aren't as powerful as the Dark Star God Emperor." Everyone was waiting for Long Chen's decision. "Then let's bet." In a battle between people, no matter how strong they were, even gods and demons would fight and have moments of excitement. Young Master Fudu's competitive nature was the same. Long Chen's acceptance of the challenge immediately caused an uproar on the 50th floor. After hearing the news, even the divine kings on the upper floors hurried down to watch the battle. In an instant, the number of people on the 50th floor increased. A battle of life and death must be very exciting. They're all people who made it to the 50th floor in one go. Who will survive? Everyone was eager to find out the suspense. Instant battle. Yang Chen versus young Master Fudu. The wager is life. A shout resounded through the celestial demon battlefield on this floor. "Come on." Young Master Fudu landed on the celestial demon planet and looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. This full-circle divine king had a strong aura of pampering, arrogant, competitive, and unwilling to admit defeat. Compared to his enthusiasm, Long Chen was indifferent. The more he was like this, the more young Master Fudu felt he was being underestimated. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of people outside the celestial demon planet, and there were even ultimate divine kings among them. "I'm afraid I'll become even more famous after this battle," Long Chen said with a chuckle. "What's the point of a dead person's fame? I came to the celestial demon battlefield to challenge experts like you. In my Fudu, no one can fight me anymore." "That's because you haven't seen a bigger world." This guy was a little short-sighted. Yang Chen, Yang Chen. Fudu. Every battle could make the celestial demon battlefield heated up. As more and more spectators gathered, the atmosphere became extremely heated. At the most heated moment, young Master Fudu suddenly turned into a behemoth. He was a demon. The floating behemoth. On this gigantic god-devil heavenly star, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a gigantic beast. This gigantic beast's appearance was extremely strange. It looked like a city, a gigantic capital city, gorgeous and vast. But who would have thought that it was actually a type of demonic beast? It looked no different from a city. Boom. A monstrous divine power erupted from the floating behemoth's body. "Let me see what you're capable of." The floating behemoth roared. The gods were shocked. It was the first time many of them saw the form of the floating behemoth. "Suppress." The floating behemoth came suppressing. Under this beast, Long Chen looked very small. "With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to rush to the 20th floor. There's no need for you to die here," Long Chen said helplessly. However, he would not be lenient. People needed to be taught a lesson before they could truly grow. Right now, his eyes were illusory. With a light shout, when the floating behemoth rushed over, Long Chen rushed to the sky and released the slaughter dragon seal, directly imprinting it on the floating behemoth's body. Suddenly, the floating behemoth let out a painful cry, and the huge city fell on the celestial demon planet. Rumble. The explosion caused dust to fill the sky. Long Chen used the simplest rules to achieve a near-instant kill. The floating behemoth that fell on the celestial demon planet was covered in wounds, and it was almost torn to pieces. The winner was obvious. The winner and the loser were already very clear. Just like before, Long Chen defeated the enemy with a single move. Shocking. All the godly kings were dumbfounded. They thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that the floating behemoth, who could rush to the 70th floor, was like a chicken in front of Long Chen. Didn't this mean that Long Chen was a true ultimate godly king? Too strong. Compared to floating behemoth, he's a whole level stronger. This young Chen, I'm afraid he's going to reach the ultimate godly kings. Everyone was deeply shocked. Me. Floating Behemoth finally understood the gap between him and Long Chen. It's normal that you're not as strong as me. There's always someone stronger than you. There are still countless people stronger than me, let alone you. Long Chen floated in front of the Floating Behemoth and said indifferently, I haven't lost yet. Don't celebrate too early. Floating Behemoth was furious. Long Chen casually punched him, and he fell to the ground. His body cracked again, and such injuries made it impossible for Floating Behemoth to maintain his human form. Now his eyes were dull, and he looked at Long Chen in pain. I can't believe I died in your hands. His body trembled, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him, and said to the outside, the winner has been decided, let us go out. Floating Behemoth said angrily, what do you mean? Are you pitying me? I was the one who made the bet. I lost, so I deserve to die. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, what's in it for me to kill you? I don't want to get into trouble. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but acknowledge Long Chen. Compared to Long Chen, Floating Behemoth risked his life as soon as they met, and now he was far from being his opponent. It was ridiculous. Even if you don't kill me, you've humiliated me. One day, I'll catch up to you and defeat you. My cultivation speed is unmatched, and I'm far from my limit, Floating Behemoth said angrily. At this moment, the seal of the celestial demon Heavenly Star was opened. Yang Chen wins, ascending 1 level. The wooden house announced. Long Chen left the celestial demon Heavenly Star, and under the respectful gazes of the godly kings, he was about to ascend to the next level. This was just a small interlude in his ascension process. I'll catch up to you, Yang Chen. Floating Behemoth said viciously, but before he could even finish, a black streak of light suddenly pierced his heart of laws, and Floating Behemoth disintegrated right before everyone's eyes. The Dark Star Divine Emperor appeared beside him. The godly kings were stunned. The Dark Star Divine Emperor glanced around and said, the bet on the battlefield of gods and demons must be carried out. Since this young man has made a bet of life and death, he'll die if he loses. The rules have no mercy, and they won't give idiots any chances. Long Chen looked back. Actually, the Dark Star Divine Emperor was right. Rules were rules. Floating Behemoth failed to realize the lesson this time, which left him very speechless. The Dark Star Divine Emperor had vanished a very long time ago. As it seemed, he had been observing Long Chen's battle the entire time. Chapter 2840. News of Long Chen's battle on the 50th floor spread throughout the entire King-grade Godfiend battlefield at lightning speed. Him defeating young Master Fudu was a piece of cake. The Dark Star Divine Emperor appeared in the end. Not only did he kill young Master Fudu according to the rules, but he also demonstrated his unusual relationship with Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen's identity became a mystery. Many people wondered just what his relationship with the terrifying Dark Star Divine Emperor was. No one knew. Long Chen slaughtered his way up, rarely stopping. Due to his relationship with the Dark Star Divine Emperor, it was said that even the figures on the God King ranking had taken notice of him. After defeating Fudu, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang reunited. Mo Xiaolang had also made it to the 50th floor. As for Su Yan, Yang Lingqing, and Zhu Shi, they had already killed their way to the 40th floor. Boss, just kill your way up yourself. Don't worry about us. We'll just mess around down here. The 3 of us are grown women, so there's nothing for us to worry about. Even if we run into any trouble, we'll still have Big Brother Xiao Lang to help us. Zhu Shi admired Long Chen even more. Then I'll have to separate from boss. Kitten rushed over to Yang Lingqing's side in a hurry. Yang Lingqing had a divine kingdom anyway, so it was very convenient for her to bring him along. Mo Xiaolang had not truly reached the level where he could contend against final god kings. His limit was probably around the 80th floor, while the 3 of them's limit was between the 50th and 60th floors, around the same as young Master Fudu. They would be able to train themselves in these places, but if Long Chen wanted to train himself, he had to challenge the God King ranking. As a result, after chatting with them for a while, Long Chen felt at ease and charged up by himself. Next, it was time for him to erupt. The battlefield of gods and demons became his performance ground. He started from the 50th floor, the 60th floor, The God Kings all noticed his increase in strength once again. The 70th floor. He still only used one move to reach the 70th floor. This was already quite rare. At this point, everyone naturally believed that Long Chen had the strength of a final God King. Then, his battlefield should be above the 80th floor. The higher one went, the fewer godly kings there would be. For example, after the 80th floor, each floor would have roughly 50 godly kings. Among the 50 godly kings, 95% of them were final godly kings. There were only a few heaven-defying great perfection god kings who managed to reach this level. However, they would not be able to stay at this level for long before they were challenged. In fact, on the 79th floor, there were already some ultimate god kings. It was just that they weren't a match for Long Chen. After Long Chen defeated the last great perfection god king, he obtained the opportunity to head to the 80th floor. Next would be the final realm god kings. To him, the real battle had only just begun. The godly monarchs also understood that it was time for him to display his true strength. Yang Chen, I heard that there are people on the 80th floor who are already prepared and waiting for you to go up and welcome you. I heard that they started preparing more than 10 days ago. The last great perfection god king who was defeated by Long Chen was convinced. He did not forget to remind Long Chen. Someone is waiting for me. He thought about it. More than 10 days ago, when he was just around the 50th floor, he started preparing. Moreover, there were final realm godly kings. After thinking about it, there could only be one person. Tianjing Xue. She was in the celestial demon battlefield, so of course she knew of his existence. Thinking back to when she left, she specially told Long Chen that as long as Long Chen came here, she would teach Long Chen a lesson. When Long Chen arrived on the 80th floor, sure enough, around 50 godly kings were already waiting for him. As far as the eye could see, they were all final realm godly kings. In terms of might and cultivation, they completely surpassed the great perfection god kings on the several dozen floors below. Every single one of them was more powerful than the Sky Tree heavenly venerables. They fought here all year round, so every single one of them had developed a startling aura of slaughter and battle. Whether it was their might or their gazes, they were absolutely lethal to weaker god fiends. Even Long Chen felt rather uncomfortable being watched by over 50 final realm godly kings. Oh, you finally made it here. Sure enough, Tianjing Xue was among the crowd. A knowing smile appeared on her pretty face, as if she really wanted to welcome Long Chen. Originally, she thought she could completely crush this guy with her many friends once she returned to the celestial demon battlefield. She never thought she would actually be connected to the Dark Star Divine Emperor. Fortunately, this was the celestial demon battlefield, so they followed the rules. If Long Chen died here, the Dark Star Divine Emperor would not be able to do anything to them. Long Chen glanced at her and said, I heard someone waited for me for over a dozen days. Is that you? I've already defeated you. I'm not in the mood to fight you. Tianjing Xue did not care about his humiliation at all. Back then, you only ganged up on me. I didn't lose to you. Of course, the person waiting for you here today isn't me either. It wasn't easy for you to climb to the 80th floor consecutively, and he's specially come to end your charge. Long Chen glanced around. The final realm godly kings in the surroundings were roughly the same in strength as Tianjing Xue. Not many of them stood on Tianjing Xue's side. Most of them were just observing. Actually, they spent most of their time cultivating in their cultivation rooms. They had only come out to take a look when they heard a newcomer had charged up today. Several dozen godly kings were scattered across the colossal celestial battlefield. Then I'll be looking forward to his appearance. With that, Long Chen made his way towards the celestial star. His target was the God King ranking. He did not care at all about the person Tianjing Xue had arranged. Humph, I'll go invite him over right now. Tianjing Xue's eyes were cold. Her defeat to Long Chen back then was far too humiliating. She's always been like that. Most people in the celestial battlefield know about this. So many people are unwilling to fight her. Yang Chen, it's best if you don't agree to his request. That guy is Tianjing Xue's lover. He was originally on the 93rd floor, but recently, under Tianjing Xue's instigation, he's feigned defeat and retreated to the 80th floor from the 93rd floor. He's here to stop you. Those who can remain on the 93rd floor are all the cream of the crop among final realm godly kings. It's normal for them to make it to the 100th floor occasionally. They have the right to challenge the God King ranking. Seeing how fearless Long Chen was, a few godly kings could not stand it any longer, so they secretly warned him. Thank you, but I've also come to challenge the God King ranking. I've been planning on going to the 93rd floor anyway. Long Chen thanked that person with a smile. Then be careful. That person is called Demon Fiend. He has a brother on the God King ranking, but he can't do anything to you. You have the Dark Star Divine Emperor supporting you. At this moment, Tian Jingxue and a few godly kings enter the cultivation room, probably to welcome the appearance of Demon Fiend. Arriving at the entrance of the cultivation room, Tian Jingxue's voice became gentle. Brother Demon Fiend, Yang Chen has already arrived. You have to make a decision for Xueqi. Make a decision? Of course I'll make a decision. Otherwise, why would I have come down from the 93rd floor? Hearty laughter rang out from the cultivation room. It was rather eerie. A young man in dark red embroidered clothes emerged. This God King was extremely skinny. His arms basically reached his knees, and his appearance was extremely sinister. The most eye-catching feature was his 4 blood-red eyes, placed side by side between his forehead and mouth. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying visual impact. On top of that, there was another blood-red tail on his back. The tip was extremely sharp, basically like a creation artifact. Of course, the most frightening part was still his 4 eyes. They were as red as the sea, and they were evenly distributed, hiding terrifying killing intent. Under the escort of a few god kings, he carried Tian Jingxue with his long arms and made his way in the direction of the god fiend Heavenly Star. Wherever he went, even the other final realm god kings made way for him. Yang Chen, is that you? In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Long Chen and studied Long Chen. Tian Jingxue said, Brother Demon Fiend, that's him. That day, he bullied me because he had the advantage in numbers. If it weren't for the fact that I was lucky enough to escape, I probably wouldn't be able to see you now. You really don't know how to show mercy to a woman like Xueqi. Demonfian's 4 eyes kept spinning, and it was extremely strange. This was a good opponent. Thinking about it carefully, he seemed to be much stronger than Tian Jingxue and Southern Pole Heavenly Venerable Hua Mu. He could be considered the strongest opponent that Long Chen had met so far. He had just reached the 80th level and he had already received such a big gift. Blood surged in Long Chen's heart. To be honest, the previous opponents were too useless. If you're done, let's begin. Long Chen specially went to the wooden house and directly requested for a battle. His straightforwardness made the other god kings very impressed. How brave! He even dares to do this to Demon Fiend. I heard that on the lower 18 levels, he always won with just 1 attack. Today, he encountered an opponent like Demon Fiend. Let's see how long he can persist. Demon Fiend is probably one of the highest standards in the first 100 levels. I heard that his highest achievement was killing his way to the 99th level. After Long Chen completed his request, Demon Fiend also went forward. After that, he opened his thin and long mouth and looked at him with a smile. He said, It's really boring to just fight. Let's have some stakes. Long Chen said, Tell me, what do you want to bet? Demon Fiend thought about it and said, Let's bet something big. Do you have an order-level creation divine weapon? The gods were shocked. An order-level creation divine weapon was a big gift. Normally, no one dared to bet on it unless it was a fight to the death. Many gods saw such a treasure as more important than their own lives. Everyone was waiting for Long Chen's answer. Yang Chen, don't tell me you're afraid. You're a big man, but you don't even have this little bit of courage? Tian Jingxue teased. Long Chen shook his head and said, I just think it's too boring. When I was on the 50th floor, I made a bet once. I was much more daring than you. This bet of yours seems to be just a small one. An order-level creation divine weapon? A small fight? Everyone looked at Long Chen in disbelief. You're going to take out a mixed yuan-level weapon? Gambling with your life. Long Chen said directly. The winner lives and the loser dies. Since you have the guts to stop me on the 13th level, you should be prepared to die. After hearing that, Demon Fiend couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn it, I haven't fought for a few years and I'm being looked down upon by a little grandson. Forget it, I'll gamble with my life. Seems like it's finally getting more interesting. After confirming, the people in the wooden hut announced the battle. Instant battle, Yang Chen vs. Demon Fiend, a battle of life and death. The news of the battle on the 80th level spread across the entire celestial demon battlefield. The godly kings below were speechless because they couldn't watch the battle. The godly kings above all came down to watch the battle. Of course, the 80th level was quickly filled with hundreds of ultimate godly kings. The total number of ultimate godly kings was only about 1,000. Soon enough, most of them had arrived and there were still many hiding in the corners. Long Chen landed on the celestial demon heavenly star first and stretched his body. He has to thank Tianjing Xue for finding him a pretty good opponent. Xueqi, let brother demon fiend vent your anger for you. Watch carefully and you have to thank me later. Demon fiend teased. Brother, don't worry, Xueqi will definitely thank you and make you satisfied. Looking at this seductive beauty, Demon Fiend also had to thank Long Chen for coming to him. He hadn't shown his power for a long time and he had to go all out in this battle. However, when he faced Long Chen, his 4 eyes suddenly emitted a strong cold light. Boom! Demon Fiend landed on the celestial demon heavenly star, causing it to tremble. He would start returning the manuscript tomorrow. Chapter 2841. The seal of the God Fiend Heavenly Star was opened. From then on, Long Chen and Demon Fiend were trapped in this sealed space. However, this space was large enough to support the battle of several God Kings. Since the bet was life and death, it was a battle of life and death. Obviously, after the battle, one of Long Chen and Demon Fiend would die. Life was the biggest bet in the God Fiend battlefield. To any God King, no matter what treasure it was obviously not as important as life. It was the suspense of the two's strength and the huge bet that attracted so many God Kings. More than half of the ultimate God Kings in the entire God Fiend battlefield were here. They surrounded the God Fiend Heavenly Star from all directions, coldly observing Long Chen and Demon Fiend. Their gazes would invisibly bring pressure to the combatants, because they were God Kings. Yang Chen. Demon Fiend was covered in blood qi. He floated in front of Long Chen. His 4 blood-red eyes were surging with a torrential sea of blood. His face was full of a sinister smile. His claws were as sharp as steel, and his slender tail was also a terrifying weapon. Do you know what our clan is called? Demonfien's order-level power seemed to have awakened, rising steadily. In terms of the nature and quantity of power, he surpassed Long Chen. But Long Chen was not afraid. He said, "It should be the kind that sounds very stupid." This answer made Demon Fiend laugh. He did not care at all. "We are the nightmare of all God Fiends. We are the Nightmare Clan. Today, we will let you enjoy our clan's nightmare feast. Just come." Long Chen was calm and straightforward. He was like a rock. Demon Fiend could not find any weakness in him for now. He still did not know how strong Long Chen was, but he naturally had to do what he promised the beauty. "Then let's begin." The conversation was also a form of testing each other. But when Demon Fiend realized that he could not scare Long Chen, he chose to attack directly. His attack was very strange. Long Chen could see that his 4 eyes were obviously also attacking weapons. This Demon Fiend might be proficient in the rule of eye techniques. Xian Sha. The rules had descended. When Long Chen stared at the other party's eyes, he noticed that the other party's 4 eyes were changing on Long Chen's face. At this moment, they actually gathered together, forming a huge blood-red eye that took up half of his face. It was a strange eye, and within it, a sea of blood churned as if there were countless ghosts howling. In that instant, the laws followed his line of sight and rushed towards Long Chen. His gaze was irresistible. It was just like how Long Chen was temporarily unable to hide himself from the other party. The speed of his sight was unprecedented. Xian Sha struck Long Chen. It was a kind of rule. The Demonfien's cold laughter kept ringing in Long Chen's ears, creating an eerie atmosphere. When the Demon Fiend entered his body, around Long Chen's rule core, blood-colored threads suddenly erupted. Each thread was as strong as the Demonfien's tail, bursting out like sea urchins. They pierced through many parts of Long Chen's body and entangled his world tree. They extended to his hands and feet, instantly controlling Long Chen's entire body. It hurt. This feeling was extremely similar to Lingxi's unity of heaven. However, the greater use of the Demon Fiend was control. "Be good and listen to my orders. Do whatever I say." Having succeeded with his move, The demon fiend could not help but smile in relief. No matter how outstanding Yang Chen's performance on the previous 80 floors was, he still could not escape from the demon fiend. Outside, seeing how the demon fiend controlled Long Chen, Xueqi covered her mouth with her small, white hand and smiled in satisfaction. She was already eager to see Long Chen beg for mercy in pain. This child still isn't the demon fiend's opponent after all. He's already been controlled by the demon fiend as soon as the battle began. Looks like today will be his end. The Dark Star Divine King might value him, but he agreed to the wager of his life himself. Even the Dark Star Divine King can't break the rules of the battlefield of gods and demons. After all, he didn't set the rules himself. The God Kings discussed softly as they watched the battle. In that case you can rip yourself apart. The demon fiend snickered. The single eye on his face controlled the laws. No matter how he released the laws, the demon fiend would control what Long Chen did. Normally, basically no one could escape from the demon fiend's control. Even if they managed to escape, they would be heavily injured. The battle has just ended. How boring. What do you think? The demon fiend said with a smile. Before him, the demon fiend had already emerged from Long Chen's body, currently controlling Long Chen's limbs to rip himself apart. Long Chen was about to be done for. However, the demon fiend seemed to notice that he did not seem to be in pain. As expected. Is that all you've got? Long Chen had wondered just how powerful he would be. Under the demon fiend's shocked gaze, the flames of life ignited on his body. The blood-red demon fiend was burned to dust, and the wounds on his body rapidly recovered. In a short moment, the person standing before the demon fiend was a completely unscathed Long Chen. How is this possible? Not only the demon fiend, even the godly kings were shocked. Long Chen had never used such a heaven-defying law before. It's my turn. Long Chen's eyes instantly changed. His left eye was the heavenly eye of destiny while his right eye was the eye of desire. When the suppression of the heavenly eye of destiny and the control of the eye of desire were combined, they suppressed the demon fiend's body. At that instant, the demon fiend groaned and his face turned pale. My request isn't high either. Just slap yourself 10 times. Long Chen used the law of desire. The godly kings were shocked. The godly kings were shocked. But what they saw was that the demon fiend raised his palm and slapped himself 10 times without hesitation, causing his face to turn into a bloody mess. His handsome face was ruined. Yang Chen. Being humiliated like this, the demon fiend went berserk. Previously, he was just testing the waters. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat and was completely humiliated. Now, he truly understood how terrifying Long Chen was. However, he was equally as terrifying. That humiliation could only be redeemed through a life-and-death battle. Unprecedented monstrous demonic formation. After being humiliated, his divine power erupted in an instant. In an instant, the black demonic chi and blood chi engulfed the entire celestial demon heavenly star, completely controlling this space. With the demon fiend at the center, his divine power erupted, forming a law formation that belonged to him. In an instant, the formation was filled with destructive energy. Brother demon fiend, kill him. Xueqi shouted anxiously from outside. Don't worry. The demon fiend roared. Within the monstrous demonic formation, everything was under his control. This was an unprecedented weakening formation. The law was weakening. As long as one was within this formation, one's energy would be weakened and dried up. All sorts of negative energy would invade one's body, leading to eternal damnation. Now, all that could be seen around Long Chen was endless thick smoke. Those gray and black energies were sinister and disgusting. The surroundings were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Nothing could be seen in the outside world. One had to admit that the demon fiend's formation was rather powerful. The power of weakening. It had already descended on Long Chen's body. Such a law was everywhere. Within this formation, one would be fatigued, weakened, and eventually fall unconscious, losing everything. In fact, Demon Fiend didn't even need to do anything himself. Enjoy this nightmare. This is a world that I control. Your life and death is just a thought of mine. Demon Fiend roared in anger. Life-stealing heavenly book. His shadow appeared in the tumbling smoke. Like a demon, his shadow was elongated. Then, Long Chen saw a book appear in his hand. It was a black book. It turned out to be an order-level creation divine artifact. It was probably close to the mixed yuan level. Even if they were both order-level creation divine artifacts, there might be huge differences. For example, Ink Desolation Divine King's Ancient King Cauldron was of a relatively lower level. This life-stealing heavenly book was several times stronger than the Ancient King Cauldron. Monstrous Demonic Formation. Life-stealing heavenly book. Can you still escape death? De Montfien's laughter filled the sky. Outside the divine demon heavenly star, the divine kings were all very solemn. This Yangchen actually provoked Demon Fiend into using his killing move. With a creation divine artifact and the monstrous demonic formation, not many among us can withstand it. Tianjing Xue was excited. It does look pretty good. However, was Longchen afraid of him? No. He had a rule that happened to be the nemesis of this unprecedented monstrous demonic formation. Just as Demon Fiend was feeling proud of his monstrous demonic formation, a green tunnel pierced through all the negative energy in the monstrous demonic formation until it surrounded it. Source of Life. This tunnel of the Source of Life was like a sharp blade, cutting open the monstrous demonic formation at the most impossible time. Controlling Demon Fiend, the power of life restrained the evil energy. Longchen easily tore open the monstrous demonic formation. In de Montfien's eyes, the green gem in his mouth was simply fatal. But the two swords in his hands were even more fatal. Longchen was still using the Lingsu dual swords. Heavenly Punishment. Along with the Source of Life, Heavenly Punishment exploded with two beams of sword chi. When the Source of Life used the green tunnel to control Demon Fiend, the soul-shattering sword chi and god-slaying sword chi shot over. Demon Fiend was shocked. He released the life-stealing heavenly book and turned it into a shield to block the two beams of sword chi. You want to touch me? Before he finished speaking, the power of Heavenly Punishment penetrated the life-stealing heavenly book and blasted his body. Heavenly Punishment and the Source of Life exploded at the same time. One could see that Demon Fiend was about to be blasted into pieces. His life force was rapidly disappearing, and his body was exploding crazily. At this time, the monstrous demonic formation was still slowly disappearing. De Montfien's terrified screams came from the god-fiend heavenly star. What's going on? All the godly kings were extremely shocked. They all stared with wide eyes. They could only see that Longchen used the green tunnel to control Demon Fiend, and de Montfien's flesh and blood body was being overturned. He was truly drying up. Demon Fiend has lost. Tianjing Xue took 3 steps back. Her face was panicked. She looked down and saw that her hands were actually trembling. Finally, de Montfien's voice stopped. All the godly kings didn't see clearly, but Longchen's blood had devoured him. Today, there were 4 to 6 episodes. The specific number would depend on how long the madman could last. Chapter 2842. The Source of Life, Heavenly Punishment, and finally Blood Devourer. To be honest, Longchen could probably kill this Demon Fiend with just his Source of Life. He just needed a little more time to completely deprive him of his life. Heavenly Punishment and Blood Devourer sped up de Montfien's death. Longchen had his own rules. He had a standard in his heart for which opponents he would forgive and who he would kill. Previously, Tianjing Xue wanted to harm him, but Longchen spared her life on account of her introducing him to the god-fiend Mountain Buzhou. But she was restless. She was the one who lured Demon Fiend to deal with Longchen. As for Demon Fiend, there was no need to show mercy. This was the rule of the infinite worlds. Since a life and death wager was made, one had to be prepared to be killed. Even god-fiends couldn't escape death. In the end, Demon Fiend was reduced to ashes by Longchen. You will die a horrible death. These were the last words Demon Fiend said as his 4 scarlet eyes stared at Longchen. His life was deprived by his Source of Life. His flesh, blood, essence, and bloodline became a part of Longchen's power. Although this power didn't allow Longchen to break through to the ultimate Divine Lord realm, it allowed his power to improve to another level. He was already infinitely close to the ultimate Divine Lord realm. Now, he still lacked the boundless divine technique. Longchen could feel it during the battle. The reason he defeated Demon Fiend was because he had the upper hand in terms of rules. But in terms of power, he was actually inferior to Demon Fiend. Longchen wins. He will go up 1 level. The person in the wooden hut announced in shock. The entire god-fiend battlefield was silent. The smoke and dust of the god and devil heavenly star dissipated, and everyone could only see Long Chen. The previously extraordinary devilish baleful aura had already disappeared without a trace, and it seemed like he did not even have the chance to be reborn. Long Chen's attack was so thorough. From the first level to the 79th level, Long Chen hadn't displayed his true strength. It was only when he fought Demon Fiend that the godly monarchs truly understood how terrifying he was. The people below the 80th floor had thought that Long Chen was only close to the final God King realm. They had thought that his limit was the 80th floor. They had never expected that he would kill an expert on the 93rd floor and come out unscathed. Shocking news. In this battle, he had truly shocked the tens of thousands of godly monarchs with his strength. Although the elites of the myriad world's godly monarchs were gathered here and each of them had been honed through battles, it was clear that Long Chen was the elite among the elites. His target should be the godly king list. The spectating godly monarchs could sense Long Chen's intense fighting spirit. He came up from the god-fiend celestial star and appeared in front of Tian Jingxue in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Tian Jingxue's face was pale. Long Chen had given her immense fear. She didn't dare to look Long Chen in the eye and couldn't help but retreat. She said in a panic, You can't touch me. I didn't challenge you to a battle in the god-fiend battlefield. If you touch me, it will be a violation of the rules. You will be expelled from the god-fiend battlefield. Long Chen stared at her and said with a smile, If I can kill you, so what if I am expelled from this place? Ah! Tian Jingxue's body trembled. She was scared half to death. After a while, she realized that Long Chen was just scaring her. Don't do this again. I have already spared your life. If you provoke me again, your outcome will be the same as Demonfien's. Long Chen enunciated every word. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Tian Jingxue's body. She didn't dare to make a sound. It was a huge contrast to her previous arrogant and despotic appearance. Yes, I won't dare to do it again. Tian Jingxue knew how to endure. Naturally, she wouldn't go against Long Chen at this moment. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Next was the 81st level. Wait. Tian Jingxue stopped him and said, There is something I have to tell you. Demon Fiend has a brother named Demonic Imp. Demonic Imp is also an ultimate God King, but he is close to the God Emperor realm. He killed his way onto the God King list millions of years ago. Now, he is ranked 18th. 18th. This was really ruthless. Old Pig said that this woman had a friend on the God King list. It seemed like she had gotten to know Demonic Imp through Demon Fiend. That Demonic Imp might not work for Tian Jingxue, but it was certain that he would avenge Demon Fiend. To Long Chen, the 18th level of the God King list was almost the limit of what he could challenge according to his expectations. He loved limits the most. When Tian Jingxue said this, everyone couldn't help but pity Long Chen. He had offended an ultimate God King on the God King list. His future would definitely be quite difficult. 18th. I like this ranking. Maybe I will be ranked 18th in the future, said Long Chen to the silence of the crowd. Then, he went to the 81st level. Absolute silence. Who is he? Will he challenge the Demonic Imp, who is ranked 18th? That should be it. That's too exaggerated. Let's not talk about the fact that he hasn't gotten a place to challenge the God King list every month. Even if he got it, most people would only dare to challenge the 90th place. The most exaggerated would be to challenge the 50th place. After all, this opportunity doesn't come easily. He has to enter the God King list first. He just came here. I'm afraid he doesn't know how strong the God King list is. This list has been honed for thousands of years. Almost everyone on the list is close to the God Emperor level. Even the 100th place is quite terrifying. At least, he is much stronger than Demon Sha. The God Kings who can pass the God King list are all different. Although the Demonic Imp is Demonsha's brother, 10 Demon Sha won't be a match for one Demonic Imp. It is said that the Demonic Imp has cultivated an external incarnation called the Heavenly Imp. We are completely no match for it. As the God Kings discussed, Tian Jingxue coldly watched as Long Chen left. She guessed that the Demonic Imp had already known that something had happened to Demon Sha. Although the Demonic Imp is cold and doesn't show up often, it is very protective. It is really wise of me to let Demon Sha deal with Yang Chen. Even if Demon Sha can't deal with him, the Demonic Imp will avenge me. How can you escape from such a series of schemes? Her previous fear and terror was actually partly faked. Now, no matter what cultivation realm Yongchen reaches, he will definitely encounter Demon Sha in the end. He is ranked 18th on the God King ranking. He is basically the 18th most powerful God King in the entire world. Unless he is a deity emperor, how can he be his opponent? What Tianjing Xue feared the most was still the demonic imp. He was much more terrifying than Demon Sha. I'll have to add fuel to the fire. Tianjing Xue thought carefully and analyzed. This Yang Chen seems to be related to the Dark Star Deity Emperor. Before, the Eternal God race came to capture Long Chen, but they were stopped by the Dark Star Deity Emperor. They don't know that Yang Chen is here. If I sneak out and tell them, they will definitely come back and cause a ruckus. By then it will be lively. With a two-pronged attack, Yang Chen will definitely not be able to escape. She really did not have any deep grievances with Long Chen. She just remembered that she wanted to trick him, but she was tricked instead. She felt resentment and wanted revenge, but she did not expect Long Chen to be so powerful. With this, the matter became more and more serious. Now that Demon Sha was dead, there was no way she could back down. Whatever. I'll go look for the 8 androgynous divine kings. Thinking up to there, Tianjing Xue smiled and sighed. From the 80th floor onwards, there were actually people who had left the battlefield of gods and demons to hunt. Her leaving again was nothing special. After leaving the battlefield of gods and demons, Tianjing Xue was complacent. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She felt great when she thought about how she could vent her frustrations here. Speaking of which, if Yang Chen had been a little more polite to me, I might not have targeted him. She placed all the blame on Long Chen. Tianjing Xue. Do you want to go look for the Eternal God race? Just as Tianjing Xue was feeling complacent, a deep voice suddenly rang out by her ear. Ah! Tianjing Xue was so frightened that her hair stood on end. She focused and saw a three-eyed old man standing right in front of her. His eyes that were as cold as the stars scared Tianjing Xue out of her wits. The Dark Star Deity Emperor? I of course not. It's just that the battlefield of gods and demons is too stuffy, so I came out to get some air. Her scalp tingled from fright. She never thought the Divine King would actually follow her out. She had a rough idea that she seemed to be in deep trouble. Regardless of whether she tried to deny it or not, the Dark Star Deity Emperor immediately appeared before her. The black star on his forehead shot out a streak of light, piercing Tianjing Xue's forehead immediately. Tianjing Xue was stunned, and her body stiffened. Buzz! The God King's body turned into dust, swept away by the killing intent, and dispersed from the surroundings. Tianjing Xue was dead. She was also reduced to ashes, without even a speck remaining. You're looking to die. You can't blame anyone else. The Dark Star Deity Emperor sneered and vanished from where he was. At the same time, Long Chen's name had shaken up the battlefield of gods and demons once again. By now, many people had already heard that Long Chen had made it to the 80th floor and defeated the powerful demon fiend. He was still making his way up. His destination was actually not just the 80th floor. He was still rising. The 90th floor. When Long Chen spent a few short days consecutively defeating 10 final God Kings and making it to the 90th floor, tens of thousands of God Kings were stunned. At that moment, they could all tell that Long Chen had come for the God King ranking. He only had to go through another 10 battles. As long as he succeeded, he could make it to the God King ranking. For a moment, his name had already resounded through the entire battlefield of gods and demons. Every single battle could cause a stir. Because of Long Chen, even Mo Xiaolang and the others had attracted a lot of attention. Now that Mo Xiaolang was making his way towards the 80th floor, there was no longer anyone who was his opponent among the great perfection God Kings. Zhu Shi, Yang Lingqing, and Xueqi made their way towards the 60th floor. They had already gradually split up. Zhu Shi was at the very top, while Xueqi was in the middle. Yang Lingqing had just grasped the power of the ultimate dragon, so she was not very familiar with it yet, so she was at the very bottom. However, even with that being the case, the three of them were still closely connected. Their new group had already become the absolute focal point, especially Long Chen. Now, the entire battlefield of gods and demons had gathered their attention on him. They wanted to see just how far he could go. Long Chen basically did not rest at all. He began making his way towards the 91st floor. Chapter 28:43. On the 91st floor, Long Chen defeated the Heavenly Blizzard Godly Monarch. On the 92nd floor, Long Chen defeated the 100,000 Lightning True Lord. The combat strength of these two was quite close to Demonfien's. Each of them required Long Chen to use his full strength to quickly defeat them. Of course, these opponents were different from Demon Fiend. They came with the intention of sparring and challenging him. They had heard of Long Chen's strength and were full of admiration. They were warriors that Long Chen admired. Usually, only victory was determined, not life and death. At most, they would bet on unimportant things to liven things up. Most people wanted to break through in battle. Therefore, when they met an enemy like Long Chen, they were very enthusiastic. This was what Long Chen was happy to see. Next was the 93rd floor. This was originally where Demon Fiend was. Every godly monarch here was about the same level as Demon Fiend. There were even some who had reached the 100th floor and participated in the competition to challenge the godly monarch list. Under everyone's anticipation, Long Chen won again, shocking the celestial demon battlefield. In the celestial demon battlefield, strength was more admirable than moral character. Of course, Long Chen's moral character was not bad either. He only sought victory and tempering himself. He never hurt others for the sake of hurting others. Therefore, he charged up again with a flourishing popularity. This hot-blooded battle also made all the people in the Divine Kingdom cheer for him. In the Divine Kingdom, there were tens of billions of dragon warriors. After the inheritance blood essence was distributed, there were more and more true divine dragons that had fused with the source dragon soul. There was a huge increase every day. For example, on Long Chen's side, only experts on the godly monarch list could charge to the 90th floor in one go. But in fact, most of the godly monarchs on the godly monarch list had tempered themselves in the celestial demon battlefield. In other words, only a small number of people on the godly monarch list could charge to the 90th floor in one go when they first arrived. But the 90th floor was not Long Chen's limit. Amidst the shocked expressions of the godly monarchs, he continued to rise from the 90th floor. From the 93rd floor, he once again charged to the 99th floor in awe. Then, he defeated Dao Lord Tai Ah on the 99th floor and charged to the 100th floor. 100 floors in one go. Long Chen completed this legend. At that moment, his radiance was incomparable. It was rumored that even the top 10 of the God King ranking were inquiring about his daily battles. This was because they knew that since Long Chen had climbed all the way to the 100th level, he would definitely challenge the God King ranking. When he charged to the 100th level, the entire God Fiend battlefield was in an uproar. Nearly everyone was talking about Long Chen and company. Even godly monarch Old Pig, who had brought Long Chen here, received a lot of preferential treatment and was now bragging everywhere. After reaching the 100th floor, there was no doubt that an even more shocking battle was about to begin. This battle was held once a month. One person would be chosen from all the final realm godly kings on the 100th floor to challenge the godly king ranking. This selection was naturally a battle. Everyone was looking forward to the selection battle every month. Long Chen spent about 2 months charging from the first floor to the 100th floor. During this period, he spent very little time fighting. Most of the time was spent waiting for his opponent. Sometimes, if he was lucky, he could charge up a few floors in a day. Whether or not Long Chen could distinguish himself from the 10 or so powerful godly kings, and become the only godly king to challenge the God King ranking this month became the greatest suspense. Among the tens of thousands of people, there were less than 10 people who could make it to the 100th level and stabilize there. This time, Long Chen went up and just happened to gather 10 people. These 10 people were naturally the cream of the crop among the final realm godly kings. Each of them was a tyrannical existence that could break through to the God Emperor realm at any time. They were much stronger than the opponents Long Chen had faced before. Mo Sha and the others were even more incomparable. Therefore, all the godly monarchs knew that it was rather difficult to obtain a spot every month. Although Long Chen had charged up and performed outstandingly, the original 9 were all veterans of the God Fiend battlefield. They had trained here for millions of years. In their original worlds, they were all super hegemons that ruled over a region. Therefore, Long Chen's chances of winning were not much different from the others. It was 1 in 10. Being able to reach the 100th floor was a symbol of strength. As for the other 9 people, there were even 5 who had been on the God King ranking before but had been challenged. Now, They were fighting on the 100th floor in order to return to the God King ranking. Battles were ever-changing. They had fallen not because of a lack of strength, but because of luck. Therefore, there was a saying in the God-Fiend battlefield. If one could win the selection battle, one would basically be able to challenge the God King ranking. The selection battle was harder than challenging the God King ranking. Of course, the prerequisite was that one did not directly challenge the top 50 of the God King ranking. On this day, the selection battle that Long Chen had been waiting for finally arrived. After a series of battles and hard work, Mo Xiaolang charged to the 80th floor. He had once fought with a final godly king and was barely able to contend with them. Xueqi reached the 63rd floor. She was quite good among perfected godly kings. Xueqi reached the 61st floor. She was invincible in the demonic Hua black hole. Yang Lingqing also charged to the 60th floor. This was almost her limit. In the recent battles, she had already had a hard time. There were victories and defeats. Typically, she would learn from her mistakes and quickly charge back up. She worked the hardest and gained the most. Therefore, Long Chen was more at ease in letting her try. Of course, they did not need to watch Long Chen's selection battle. If he challenged the God King ranking in the future, they could come up. When challenging the God King ranking, for example, if Long Chen chose the 18th floor, there would be a passageway leading to the 18th floor in each of the lower 100 floors of the God Fiend battlefield. They could all watch the battle. This was because every challenge to the God King ranking was a grand event in the God Fiend battlefield. Brother, I wish you success. My goal is the 70th floor. When I reach the 70th floor, I will take a break. Yang Lingqing had grown rapidly recently. Her heart had changed greatly as well. Her greatest goal was to share these responsibilities for Long Chen. You are now a supreme divine dragon. Believe in yourself. To the future you, the enemies you face now will be trivial. Long Chen made her understand the principle of confidence. Although there were no lower-level godly kings watching this battle, there were godly kings from the God King ranking. Now, Long Chen and company were waiting for the participating godly kings to appear. In front of him was a huge God Fiend heavenly star. It was much larger than the other God Fiend heavenly stars. It was about 10 times larger. The rules of the selection battle are that 10 godly kings will enter this God Fiend heavenly star and engage in a chaotic battle. In the end, the godly king who can still hold on will win. To be honest, this seemed simple, but it was actually rather complicated. A chaotic battle was the battle that was the most difficult to grasp. It tested one's abilities and not just combat strength. This God Fiend heavenly star was so huge. After entering, the 10 godly kings would definitely split up. But it was also possible for them to work together. However, even if they worked together, they would still have to fight amongst themselves in the end. In a chaotic battle, many things could happen. There might even be a situation where 9 people attacked one person. If that was the case, no matter how strong that person was, he would probably be the first to be eliminated. It was precisely because there were so many possibilities that this selection battle was rather interesting. Those who could win in the selection battle were not ordinary people. There were still a few participating godly kings in the cultivation room, preparing for the final battle. When they arrived, the battle could begin. The participating godly kings had yet to arrive, but the godly kings from the God King ranking had already arrived. Today they were all spectators. As for how many people came, Long Chen was not too sure. These godly kings were too strong. To be able to enter the God King ranking, any one of them would surpass the opponent that Long Chen was going to challenge today. Their location was a distance away from the God Fiend heavenly star. So when Long Chen turned his head, he could only see many cold eyes in the darkness of the endless void. There were pairs of them, and they could not be seen. What a bunch of battle maniacs. Long Chen smiled to himself. With his current cultivation realm, he would be frightened when he turned his head, let alone others. They were all at the ultimate godly king realm. Some were like Tianjing Xue, who did not have much special characteristics, while others had heaven-defying power, and it was possible that they were comparable to the god realm of absolute beginning. Among the spectators, there were definitely such people. The spectators of the God King ranking were a form of pressure to the 10 participating godly kings. It was a form of intimidation. After all, they were here to challenge the God King ranking. The prestige of the God King ranking would shock the myriad worlds even after they left the God Fiend Mountain in the future. It was a great glory, and it could even bring glory to the entire world. Many people came to the God-Fiend Mountain, hoping to enter the God King ranking and become famous. Dozens of people on the God King ranking surrounded the God-Fiend Heavenly Star from afar, surrounding Long Chen and the others. Their combined immense divine might made it hard for Long Chen and the others to breathe. It was as if there were many more God Emperor level experts around them. Those pairs of majestic eyes were like knives and swords, pressing against the chests of the participating godly kings. Under such pressure, those who could still fight normally were the top experts. Long Chen realized that many eyes were on him. He was a newcomer, so he naturally received more attention, which resulted in a lot more pressure. Many of them were blatantly suppressing him, which was quite excessive. However, this also showed the ruthlessness and coldness of the God-Fiend battlefield. It was about to begin. Among the people on the God King ranking, there was a young man with 4 eyes. He was right in front of Long Chen, and he looked similar to Demon Fiend. He looked younger, and his eyes were scarlet. He was more noble than Demon Fiend, but also more gloomy. There were very few people around him, and most of the existences on the God King ranking were very afraid of the Nightmare Clan. Long Chen roughly sensed that this person was extremely hostile towards him in this direction. Demon Mandrill, it's this Yang Chen who killed your brother in a battle a few days ago. Around Demon Mandrill was another godly king on the God King ranking. Since he could stand next to Demon Mandrill, his position was probably not far. This was a white-haired godly king. Chapter 28:44. Haha, although that's the case, it's difficult to judge based on the word qualification because of the bloodline connection. Moreover, he was defeated and killed, so everyone will think of you. I'm afraid they are waiting for your reaction. The white-haired God King smiled without batting an eyelid. He looked at Long Chen, who stood quietly on the God Fiend star and prepared for battle. Emoka nodded and said helplessly, "That's true. I heard that this Yang Chen is preparing to challenge me. It looks like he's going to waste time with the Nightmare Clan." That's not it. I heard that a woman called Tianjing Xue asked Demon Fiend to deal with him. Demon Fiend was also used. He didn't even know you 2 brothers, but he wasn't afraid of you. Now that things have reached this point, someone has to die. Of course, I don't think it will be you, Xiaoyao. Tianjing Xue seems to have disappeared. Otherwise, I would have torn her apart. Demon Mantis hated trouble. This time, for no reason, the public had pushed him out, forcing him to solve this problem. Do you think he'll directly challenge you if he emerges victorious in the selection? The white-haired God King guessed softly. It was about to begin, and the 10 of them had already arrived. Now, they were just waiting for the wooden house to announce that they would enter the largest god demon Heavenly Star to fight. Yes. The demonic spirit suddenly grinned and said with certainty. Why? The white-haired God King asked curiously. The demon mantis lowered its head and smiled. That's because I've already made my move. Didn't he kill my brother? That's why I have to attack the people around him. That's how the game should be played. That's the only way it's interesting. How interesting. The white-haired God King's eyes lit up. I understand now. He seems to have a few friends, a man and 3 women. They're all roughly at the level of a consummate God King. I'm very curious how you did it. The demon Manchu replied nonchalantly. Of course I'm imitating Moshe's method. Didn't he feign defeat to get to the 80th floor to fight Yang Chen? I've also found 4 decent fellows and had them secretly descend 10 floors to where the 4 fellows are. The white-haired God King could not help but laugh. He said, You really are messing around. The Heaven Region Alliance clearly states that one cannot feign defeat, yet they're all taking advantage of the loophole in the rules and acting so brazenly. Mo Xiao waved his hand and said, There's nothing we can do about it. The Divine Demon battlefield is so vast. The Heavenly Domain Alliance cannot manage it all. Furthermore, feigning defeat is something that can be explained as long as it is real. In the past, the Heavenly Domain Alliance was very strict about this. However, now it is less so. Otherwise, that fellow demon fiend would not have succeeded. I know a few friends from the Heavenly Domain Alliance. That's a good idea. How are you going to implement it? Emoka said, It's simple. The 4 of them are ready to fool the other 4 and the battle is about to start. Yang Chen has to take care of the battle here and can't take care of them. If he's lucky, the 4 battles might start at the same time. I wonder how Yang Chen would feel if he heard that his friends died or were humiliated during the battle. Why are you so confident? Who are you looking for? Mo Xiao laughed and said, I have a reputation. One of them is Nu Hua Yuan, a two-headed man who likes to eat people. There are also 3 beasts who are the most despicable. They'll be able to deal with the 3 girls and make them suffer in public. Amazing. The white-haired God King gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart. I thought you wouldn't care about de Monfien's death. I really don't care, but I do care about my reputation. The selection battle officially begins. Following the announcement from the wooden house, Long Chen and the other 9 God Kings entered the Divine Demon Heavenly Star from different directions under the watchful eyes of the Masters on the Divine King list. The Divine Demon Heavenly Star was too huge. After landing on it, it was difficult to locate the others after everyone had chosen their positions. Long Chen landed on this vast land and couldn't see where the other God Kings were for the time being. Of the 9 opponents, 5 were once on the Divine King list, while the other 4 had fought their way here. When the outer seal of the Divine Demon Heavenly Star was opened, the battle would begin. In other places, there were still people cheering for battle, but the selection battle was silent. The God Kings watching did not make a single sound. They continued to coldly scrutinize Long Chen and the others, making it hard for them to breathe. Oppressive. When they looked up, they were met with cold eyes and towering divine might. The strongest group of God Kings in the myriad worlds. Long Chen smiled inwardly. He didn't care much, he was very confident in this selection battle. But from now on, every battle will indeed bring me great help. This divine demon battlefield is indeed a great training experience. Xiao Lang and the others seem to have gained quite a lot. Long Chen was already very satisfied. The other God Kings wanted to break through to God Emperor. Long Chen wanted to have the power to contend against a God Emperor. When the seal was opened, the battle would begin. From now on, the final victor will have the peerless opportunity to challenge the God King list. Let's begin. The wooden house announced again. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Long Chen felt the movement of the Divine Demon Heavenly Star. It seemed that the other 9 God Kings had begun to move. Whether it was an alliance or a one-on-one fight, whether it was a plot or a conspiracy, it would soon be revealed. Long Chen didn't ally with any of the God Kings. He escaped into the time-roaming dragon. He was the most concealed among the 10 God Kings. It was very difficult to fight 1 against 9. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He would let them fight for a while. There would always be someone who couldn't hold back first. He began to wander around the Divine Demon Heavenly Star, looking for opponents. His opponents couldn't see him. Outside the Divine Demon Heavenly Star, the experts of the God King list were quite surprised by Long Chen's sudden disappearance. This Yang Chen isn't simple. He hid first and hid so well. Even if the other God Kings joined forces, they might not have a higher chance than him. It depends on whether he is really lucky. Sometimes, luck is quite important in the selection battle. While Long Chen was wandering around looking for opponents, Mo Xiaolang was meditating on the 80th floor. There were ultimate God Kings everywhere. When he first came up, the ultimate God Kings all challenged him. He eventually defeated an ultimate God King for the first time and went up to the 81st floor. However, he was defeated again and returned to the 80th floor. Because of this, he chose to meditate for a while before fighting again. The meditation ended. Big brother, I reckon that the selection battle is about to begin soon. I have to work hard as well. Battling with a final realm God King is of great help to me. Previously, I had devoured so many laws, but I was unable to comprehend them. He just came out of the cultivation room. A wave of scorching heat hit his face. In front of him stood a somewhat ugly God King dressed in cloth clothes. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that there was another head behind his head. Facing behind him, the 2 ugly heads burned with fiery red flames. The triangular eyes looked rather angry. However, he spoke to Mo Xiaolang in a humble manner. You are Mo Xiaolang, right? My name is Nu Huiyuan. I am from the 2-headed Raging Fire clan. I am an ultimate God King. I heard that you are also proficient in the fire rules, so I would like to invite you to fight with me. Is that okay? Mo Xiaolang was prepared to find an opponent. Of course, it was an ultimate God King. It would be even better if he cultivated the fire rules. However, This guy in front of him made him feel a little dangerous, so he hesitated for a while. Especially the head on his back. It was too ugly. Don't look down on my ugly appearance. Our two-headed raging fire race is famous for being amiable in the myriad worlds. Brother, you wouldn't look down on me, right? Xueqi laughed foolishly, looking quite honest. To be honest, I specialize in the fire rules for many years. I finally comprehended a type of rule, but I couldn't fully comprehend it. Therefore, I want to find an expert who is proficient in the fire rules. I have seen your battle, and it is truly impressive. Therefore, I believe that you will definitely be able to help me. I wonder if you can give me face? Brother, if I really succeed, I will definitely thank you properly. Xueqi said sincerely. Mo Xiaolang didn't have any qualms. He just subconsciously felt that the other party was scary, but now that he didn't feel that way, he said, I have the intention to battle. Since that is the case, let's go to the Celestial Demon Star. He was thinking that when the battle ended, Long Chen's battle would probably be over as well. At that time, he would have to go and cheer for Long Chen when he challenged the God King board. Mo Xiaolang walked in front. The head in front of Xueqi followed him in anticipation, while the head behind him was smiling coldly. It looked as disgusting as one could imagine. At the same time, 3 elegant young masters arrived at the 63rd, 61st, and 60th levels respectively. The 3 of them looked very similar. They were all great perfection realm god kings. They were 3 demonic beasts and were known as the Lunar Beast 3 brothers. They looked elegant, but in reality, their strength was sinister and evil. Their bones were filthy. In the entire celestial demon battlefield, ordinary people wouldn't dare to approach them. Their targets were Xueqi, Xueqi, and Yang Lingqing. Xueqi and the others didn't plan to battle now. They were waiting for Long Chen's battle. However, it was said that the selection battle would continue for a long time. They were also quite bored. Xueqi was walking around randomly. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared in front of her. That young man smiled shyly and said, Miss, this young man is called Hai. I would like to have a battle with you. I wonder if it's possible for me to have a taste of your skills. Xueqi stared at him for a while and said, If you want to get beaten up, just say it. What do you mean by having a taste of my skills? That's disgusting. Tell me, do you want to be beaten up? Hai said awkwardly, Miss, this young man does want to be beaten up. That's enough. Let's go. Xueqi threw down that sentence and directly went to the wooden house. Chapter 28:45. Miss, I've seen your battle on the 58th floor, and I'm very impressed. Now that I know that you've come to the 61st floor, I really want to spar with you. I wonder if that's possible? An elegant gentleman stood in front of Xueqi. The other party was very polite, making it hard to refuse. The other party was a perfection realm god king. In fact, Xueqi wasn't that passionate about fighting, but she knew that her weakness was that she couldn't use her power well. Devil Wa was powerful, but because of her lack of experience, she couldn't display her strongest side most of the time. Thus, with the opportunity of the battlefield of gods and demons, she chose to come out and temper herself. The rules of the battlefield of gods and demons were very strict. If one lost a battle, they would stop fighting, so there had never been any great danger. Xueqi had charged too quickly, and no one had been willing to fight with her for a long time. Now that this guy had appeared, she naturally agreed. My name is Silver Moon, the man said with a smile. Xueqi didn't care what his name was. She only had Mo Xiaolang in her heart. Other men were no different in her eyes. Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and catch up to Xueqi. Kitten was anxious. He wanted to follow Xueqi, but he didn't expect Xueqi to run so fast. Now that they were on the 63rd floor, she couldn't slow down even if he wanted her to. Yang Lingqing was indeed working hard. It was just that the opponents she encountered recently were more difficult, so she took a while to recuperate. She wasn't affected by Kitten and fought at her own pace. She came to the wooden hut, filled in the application, and now waited for her opponent. Due to her relationship with Long Chen, there were quite a few godly kings spectating her battle. Just as Yang Lingqing left the wooden hut, a silver-robed youth walked over and completed the application. As both of them had chosen to fight at any time, there was no need for them to do so. Yang Lingqing vs. Silverstar. The announcement was quickly made. The gods came to watch the battle. "Miss, I am Silverstar. Please advise me," Silverstar said gently. "You've chosen me as your opponent." Yang Lingqing became alert. It seemed that the opponent had been waiting for her for a long time. "I admire you very much and would like to exchange pointers with you." Silverstar nodded with a smile. Yang Lingqing scrutinized him, secretly observing the expressions of the surrounding gods. Sure enough, the expressions of the gods were a little unnatural, as if they knew something was wrong with the Silverstar, but none of them dared to say it out loud. "Miss, please." Silverstar politely invited Yang Lingqing to the celestial demon's celestial star. Usually, once the announcement was made in the wooden hut, it meant that the battle had been decided, and it would not be easy to go back on it. "Why are you afraid of him? If you can't do it, I will protect you." Kitten couldn't wait for Yang Lingqing to defeat her opponent and catch up with Xueqi. "Yes." Yang Lingqing no longer hesitated. No matter how strange the other party was, he was only a godly king of the perfection realm, the same realm as her. She was an unparalleled divine dragon, surpassing him in every aspect. From the beginning to the end, she, Yang Lingqing, had never transformed into a dragon. The two of them arrived at the celestial demon star. The seal opened, trapping the two of them within. It's one of the 3 lunar beast brothers. Weren't they around the 70th level? Why did they descend here? Seems like they're here specifically to deal with Yang Lingqing. I heard that Yang Chen is participating in the selection battle today. This young lady might be his sister. The 3 lunar beast brothers. I once heard that Yang Chen defeated and killed Demon Sha on the 80th level. Demon Sha has a brother on the godly king list. Could he be behind this? The lunar beast brothers have 3 brothers, and Yang Chen has 3 girls by his side. It's obvious that it was planned. The lunar beasts are vicious, and they're famous demons who cultivate the desire rule. I'm afraid it's not good. In the past, they humiliated their opponents in public on the celestial demon star. They committed suicide by their hands. This must be a battle between Yang Chen and the master on the godly king list. It's better if we don't interfere. While they were discussing, Mo Xiaolang, Soyian, Zhu Shi, and Yang Lingqing stepped onto the battlefield at almost the same time. Other than Yang Lingqing, the other 3 didn't think there was anything strange about their opponents. Moreover, Long Chen was currently participating in the most important selection battle. They didn't want to disturb Long Chen unless it was something important. On the 80th level, Mo Xiaolang fought against the 2-headed raging fire race. Below, Zhu Shi fought against Yin Hai, Soyian fought against Yin Yue, and Yang Lingqing fought against Yinxing. Yang Lingqing and her opponent stood opposite each other on the celestial demon star. There were many godly kings around them, but their expressions were still strange. Yang Lingqing was alerted. At this moment, Yinxing bowed slightly to her and revealed a sly smile. "Time's up, Mississippi. Let Yinxing serve you well." That sentence wasn't right. "Aren't you here to fight?" Yang Lingqing squinted her eyes. Even at a young age, Ling Long's might was quite majestic. However, the master in front of her had made it to the 70th level, an elite among perfect godly kings. "Of course, it's just another battle, one that will make you feel good." Yinxing opened his arms, and suddenly, a silver mist enveloped him. A monstrous silver mist was released, engulfing the entire celestial demon star at a terrifying speed. With the vision of a godly king, the celestial demon star turned into a silver dreamy sphere. As expected, the Yin beast still did it. His rule of lust was not that simple. Charming ocean. At this moment, Yang Lingqing was in an endless silver ocean. She didn't let the silver mist touch her, but the silver ocean completely blocked her vision. Yinxing, who was right in front of her, seemed a little hazy. This rule. Yang Lingqing could already feel that this rule wasn't an attack, but a powerful hallucinatory effect. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the silver aura invaded her body. Just being surrounded by the silver mist was enough to make her dizzy. Enchanted sword of passion. Yinxing's voice was full of temptation, as if it was ringing in her ears. Yang Lingqing looked over coldly, only to see him holding an illusory sword like a whip, soft and slender. Now, Yinxing's eyes had become dreamy, like 2 silver stars. "It's starting, beautiful lady. It's starting, beautiful lady. Can you withstand my silver star's tempest?" That tempting voice rang out continuously in the silver ocean. Kitten was stunned. Damn, so it's a silver rod. No wonder it's so oily. But he was a little depressed. Inqing's rule was very domineering, and young Lingqing might very well not be able to withstand it. Even now, in the charming ocean and the dual rules of the enchanted sword of passion, she was already feeling a little dizzy. Oh no! Kitten knew that he was in trouble. If he hadn't urged young Lingqing, she wouldn't have come out to fight before she had even rested. It's over this time. If anything happens to her, boss will skin me alive. Kitten couldn't help but scream. Beautiful lady, please allow Silver Star to take you on a dreamy journey. Isn't that great? Young Lingqing shook her head violently to clear her head. She never thought that she would encounter such a perverted person in the fiend god battlefield. Naturally, she was furious. She unleashed her spiritual dragon rage, and the real battle began. It wasn't just young Lingqing. Even Xueqi and Xueqi had encountered such a problem. But Mo Xiaolang was different from them. His opponent was truly violent. You came from the 90th floor. Mo Xiaolang heard the discussion. But unfortunately, the two had already entered the celestial demon Heavenly Star. That's right. I've seen your battle and can't wait to fight with you. See, I'm coming down now. Both of Nu Huiyuan's heads were saying the same thing. This was definitely going to be a tough battle. Mo Xiaolang's blood was boiling. If it was any other ultimate divine king, he might be afraid. But since the opponent was a fire type, it was even better. Do you want to kill me? He stared at his opponent and enunciated each word. Yes, Nu Huiyuan answered without hesitation. The smell of gunpowder became stronger. Hearing this word, Mo Xiaolang knew that this would be a battle to the death. He was ready to surpass his limits. This was the first time he had done so since the battlefield of gods and demons, in order to break through to a greater height. Boom! A large number of divine kings came down to watch. They couldn't watch Yang Chen's battle, so they could only watch Mo Xiaolang's battle. Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. When the battle started, he turned into the sun-devouring demon wolf. That pure black demon wolf was filled with shock, especially the flames in his eyes. The 9 underworld demon ancestral flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame. One black and one white, cold and hot clashed. Roar! The two-headed Nu Huiyuan also erupted. His 2 heads were burning with flames. When he was fighting with Mo Xiaolang, his body also changed. After all, he wasn't a pure human, so it was normal for him to have these changes. Soaring fury. The Nu Huiyuan's rule was fire and fury. Anger was an emotion, but it was also a set of rules. He could control his fury. However, when he used the rule of raging flames, his mood instantly changed and turned into a state of raging flames. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was his mortal enemy and had a blood feud with him. Therefore, he would turn into a mad demon and the ferocious divine might would attack him in an overwhelming manner. As expected of someone from the 90th level. Mo Xiaolang was shocked. But because of this, his battle intent was ignited. The Nu Huiyuan pulled out a mace. This was an order-grade creation divine artifact. The ferocious wolf fangs and domineering design were filled with terrifying destructive power. At this moment, he held the mace and rushed over. Flames surged and exploded. Rumble! The entire celestial demon star was instantly engulfed in flames. Bone-adhering demonic flame. Mo Xiaolang was much calmer than him. When he used this rule, the ancestral flame attached to his opponent's bones. This was naturally painful. He was prepared to use this to stop his opponent, but he didn't expect his opponent to endure the pain. The mace danced and the towering flames collided with Mo Xiaolang. Chapter 2846. Like Yang Lingqing, Xueqi and Xueqi were both trapped in the enchanted sea, controlled by the lunar beast's enchanted sword of passion. The silver sea churned, and wherever the sword went, it would make one confused. Even if they kept trying to wake themselves up, they would still gradually fall into dizziness. What's going on? Xueqi had already transformed into the godly phoenix. The power of the phoenix dispelled the evil. She flew over the enchanted sea. Silver Sea could no longer be found, but she kept swaying, as if she was about to fall off the god-fiend heavenly star. Swish! Suddenly, a sword attacked from behind. It was an elusive sword, swift and strange like a whip. Break! Flames condensed in front of the godly phoenix. This was Xueqi's subconscious reaction. Unexpectedly, the sword light dispersed, and the nomological power was everywhere, invading Xueqi's body from all directions. Damn it! Are you playing with me? Xueqi was very angry. She hated Silversea's fighting style. She still did not know that she was in a dangerous situation. Why are your nomological powers so strange? Soyun gazed calmly at the enchanted sea around her. This was the kind of confusion and enchantment she felt when she was facing Mo Xiaolang. She would not do this for no reason. It must be caused by his nomological power. Now that she thought about it, he must have approached her with some ulterior motive. Should I tell Big Brother Xiaolang or Long Chen? She felt that he was targeting her, but on second thought, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were likely fighting. It was not convenient. Also, according to the rules of the God-Fiend battlefield, her battle had begun, and Long Chen and the others could not interfere. I will defeat this bad guy by myself. Soyun made up her mind. When the enchanted sea spread, her body swelled, turning from a half-human half-snake into a demon. She covered the sky, and her huge body seemed to be hidden in a dark whirlpool, looking extremely ferocious. Silvermoon was shocked to see her like this. I didn't expect your true form to be so fierce. It's so different from your human form. Soyun flapped her wings and stared at Silvermoon with her scarlet eyes. I can feel that. You are approaching me on purpose. No matter what, I will defeat you. Silvermoon laughed and said, fighting and killing is really not good. We can use other methods, but it seems that we have to beat you back to your human form first. Poor little girl, I'm afraid that from today onwards, you will no longer have the face to see anyone. In this divine demon heavenly star, no one can save you. Boom. Silvermoon was a demon. His body enlarged and transformed into a een beast. The lunar beast was a dark silver demonic beast that resembled a wolf. Its eyes glowed with a dim yellow light, and it was ferocious and illusory. After transforming into its original form, it suppressed Soyun in terms of rules and divine might. At least from the point of view of the God Kings outside, Soyun was relatively dangerous. After the selection battle, Yang Chen will probably go crazy when he finds out what happened here. That expert on the God King list called Demonic Imp is too ruthless. Bang! The sun-devouring demonic wolf slammed heavily into the seal of the divine demon heavenly star. Its internal organs were greatly shaken, and even one of its claws was torn apart by the other party. It had to be said that even though Mo Xiaolang had restrained the other party's flames, the other party's strength was still far superior to his. Roar roar! The fury flame Yuan was more like a beast, rushing towards Mo Xiaolang, controlling the monstrous flames in his hands. He pulled two huge layers of flames that formed a huge cloud, and smashed it towards Mo Xiaolang. Gather heart fire. Mo Xiaolang reacted quickly. Even though he was completely suppressed since the start of the battle, he was still not afraid, but excited. When the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Fire and Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire gathered at one point, the Fury Flame Yuan was repelled for the first time, and Mo Xiaolang barely had the chance to recover his body, but the Fury Flame Yuan's recovery ability was also quite shocking. Today will be the day of your death. The fellow let out an earth-shattering roar of anger, and attacked again. This time, both of its heads shouted at the same time. This Mo Xiaolang is in danger. I can see that the ultimate divine king is his limit. He can only fight with an ultimate divine king, and now he's fighting an expert from the 90th floor. The Fury Flame Yuan's law was far more than that. Everyone was right. From the start of the battle, Mo Xiaolang was completely suppressed by the other party. If the other party had another law attribute, he would probably have been torn apart. I can't tell Big Brother. He's still in the selection battle. If I can't even deal with such an opponent, what kind of Mo Xiaolang am I? The battle continued, and Mo Xiaolang persisted. Under the storm-like attacks of the Fury Flame Yuan, he fell a few times, but he persisted in the end. Undying Flame Soul. This was a law from the South Pole Heavenly Venerate Firewood. Mo Xiaolang had extracted the fire portion and used it with 2 ancestral flames. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The Undying Flame Soul was condensed on the Fury Flame Yuan, who was relatively close to Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, that fellow's mace had almost shattered the sun-devouring direwolf, but it was blocked by Mo Xiaolang. The Fury Flame Yuan was forced back once again, and it couldn't kill Mo Xiaolang in one go. That was close. Mo Xiaolang was covered in blood, and the Fury Flame Yuan was too terrifying. It was similar to Mo Xia. Such an opponent should have been dealt with by someone at the level of Long Chen. The Fury Flame Yuan quickly tore apart the undying flame soul. His eyes were filled with fervor as he sneered. What are you struggling for? At this moment, the three girls below are also fighting. I guess they are about to die. What? Xueqi, Zhu Shi, and Yang Lingqing. Long Chen had asked him to take care of them. Someone instructed you to target us. When he said this, Mo Xiaolang's eyes instantly turned red. Blood lines suddenly extended from his body, turning him into a blood wolf. So what if I am? You won't be able to leave here today. The Fury Flame Yuan roared. He could vaguely feel that Mo Xiaolang was different, but he didn't know that he had completely angered him. When Mo Xiaolang was angry, he was quite terrifying. Ew. A blood-colored light rushed forward and clashed with the Fury Flame Yuan. The wolf's fang tore a large piece of flesh from the Fury Flame Yuan's body, and then it turned into ashes in Mo Xiaolang's mouth. What? The Fury Flame Yuan was frightened by Lin Fan's berserk state. Fire Forbidden Zone. Only by defeating him could Mo Xiaolang leave this place. Right now, his entire world was filled with blood. 10,000 types of divine flames formed a lotus-like cage, trapping the Fury Flame Yuan. You can trap me with just this? The Fury Flame Yuan was filled with disdain. That's right. The lotus shrank. This was a law that belonged to Mo Xiaolang's bloodline. When he entered this berserk state, the destructive power he produced was rather terrifying. Break for me. The Fury Flame Yuan brandished the Fortune Divine weapon filled with destructive aura and smashed it towards Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang immediately used the sun-devouring demonic wolf's claws to block it. Even though he was smashed into a bloody mess, he still managed to grab the Fortune Divine weapon. He exhausted almost all of his energy to pull the Fortune Divine weapon out of the Fury Flame Yuan's hands. Ah! The Fury Flame Yuan was engulfed by the surging flames. The lotus shrank. Mo Xiaolang instantly rushed up and devoured the lotus. Not only the Fury Flame Yuan, but the layers of Fury Flames that he created were all sucked into Mo Xiaolang's stomach. The entire celestial devil heavenly star instantly became clean and peaceful. This scene caused the surrounding god kings to be dumbfounded. He actually defeated a god king on the 90th level. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang turned back. His scarlet eyes deeply intimidated them. You dare to mess around with this young lady? Zhu Shi was going crazy from anger. This fellow's laws were rather strange. He didn't fight with Zhu Shi but sneakily used some bewitching methods to make her fall head over heels. If it wasn't for the fact that the Phoenix race was innately good at resisting such evil methods, she would have already fainted. It's useless even if you are angry now. In my charming gentle sea and emotion bewitching sword, in less than 15 minutes, you will fall into a daze and I will do whatever I want. Yin Hai laughed sinisterly in the dark. Despicable, filthy dog thing. Zhu Shi was extremely shameless. She was indeed very dizzy, but it wasn't as serious as the other party made it out to be. Now that the surrounding god kings were looking at her with pity, she knew that this opponent was a scoundrel who was drooling over her beauty. See if I don't roast you alive. She had the bloodline of the divine phoenix and was noble and dignified. She was the bane of evil beasts like the lunar beasts. Now that she had angered Zhu Shi, she went berserk. A total of 6 types of laws were used at the same time. 5 types of pure-blooded phoenix power and 1 type of phoenix law bombarded the god-fiend heavenly star together. The god kings originally pitted Zhu Shi. Then they saw that under Zhu Shi's rage and the bombardment of 6 types of laws, Yin Hai, who had previously been extremely confident, was now fleeing like a rat on the god-fiend heavenly star. Impossible. My passion law is unstoppable. How can it be ineffective against you? Passion your mother. Yin Hai's screams rang throughout the entire god-fiend battlefield. The consequences of angering Zhu Shi were indeed very serious. Therefore it was very easy for Zhu Shi to succeed. It was just that Xueqi and Yang Lingqing weren't so lucky. Xueqi was fine. Her Nuwa demon body might not lose to the lunar beasts. After all, she was an ultimate god king. It was just that she hadn't fully recovered. Under the black hole, the charming gentle sea was devoured. All of Yin Hai's arrangements had been destroyed by Xueqi. His beast body had nowhere to hide in the god-fiend heavenly star. You've devoured my charming gentle sea? But do you think that as the elder brother of the three beasts, this is all I can do? Today, I must take you down. Chapter 28:47. Xueqi's fighting style was somewhat similar to Mo Xiaolong's. Silver Moon was much stronger than Xueqi's opponent, Silver Sea. She was the boss of the three beasts and had the coldest and most brutal personality. Many female deities had died tragically at her hands. Eternal Black Hole. Path of Disappearance. Xueqi was able to control more and more of Demon Wa's laws. Even though Silver Moon was still affecting Xueqi's will and performance with all sorts of erotic laws, and even brought fatal danger to Xueqi several times, Xueqi managed to hold on. She had great faith in herself. After fighting for a while, both she and Silver Moon were quite tired. This woman is surprisingly resilient. Trying to confuse her, but she can easily devour her. How troublesome. Silver Moon was also having a headache. The more they fought, the more shocking it became. Xueqi's path hadn't been smooth sailing, so in terms of resilience and perseverance, she surpassed many people. Stinky, go to hell. Silver Moon lunged forward like a wolf. Under the power of the laws, he turned into a silver ray of light that revolved around Devil Wa crazily. His teeth were already emitting a cold silver light. That was his strongest point. Once Xueqi was bitten, she would definitely lose her mind quickly and be at the mercy of Silver Moon. At that moment, Silver Moon was just about to attack when all of a sudden, a huge demonic wolf pounced onto the seal of the celestial devil heavenly star, glaring at Silver Moon with bloodshot eyes. Big Brother Xiao Lang. Xueqi knew that he had come. She was overjoyed. What the hell is that? Silver Moon suddenly raised his head. When he saw the pure black flame demon wolf and its scarlet eyes, his heart jumped. They were both wolves, but the sun-devouring demon wolf was in a demonic state, which was too terrifying for him. Although he knew that there was a seal blocking it, he still felt his scalp go numb. What he didn't know was that Mo Xiaolang had already reached the Great Circle Godly King realm by devouring the Rage Essence. Now, he had almost the same strength as Long Chen to reach level 100. Although there was only one seal between them, his aura and killing intent locked onto Silver Moon. For Mo Xiaolang, anyone who dared to hurt Xueqi was a blood feud, and he would fight them to the death. Silver Moon was frightened by the demon wolf. Xueqi was right behind Silver Moon. She also realized that she hated this opponent to the bone. They were obviously targeting her. If Mo Xiaolang didn't come now, she would probably be defeated by him, and her ending would be miserable. Ninefold astral hell. After Silver Moon, Xueqi took advantage of the time when Silver Moon was frightened by Mo Xiaolang to execute her newly mastered Devil Wa laws. It was also a black hole law, but it was executed in a different way. 9 black holes were arranged together like 9 blades. They suddenly formed and slashed at Silver Moon from all directions. Amidst the extreme shock, the lunar beast was divided into 9 pieces, and each piece was devoured by the black hole. Not a single piece was able to escape. This Great Circle God King could be considered to have turned into ashes in front of Xueqi. It was over. Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief and turned back into human form. She looked at Mo Xiaolang with tears in her eyes. This time, the two of them had experienced a life and death separation, but they had survived this calamity. The seal was undone. Mo Xiaolang didn't affect the battle, so he didn't break the rules. The surrounding godly kings all moved away, looking at them in awe. They finally realized that these people who came with Long Chen were all monsters. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi reunited. Xueqi was shocked. Where are Xueqi and Ling Qing? I saw Xueqi defeat her opponent just now, and Ling Qing, at this point, Mo Xiaolang smiled coldly. The 4 of us fell into a trap. It just so happened that Big Brother was in the selection battle. Young Ling Qing wasn't in a good situation. She wasn't like Xueqi who countered Mo Xiaolang, nor was she like Xueqi who had Mo Xiaolang's help. The charming sea couldn't dissipate. It became thicker and thicker. No matter how she tried to destroy it, it was still like a maggot attached to a bone. The surroundings were filled with Sylvestar's despicable laughter. Stop struggling, little beauty. You are mine. His voice penetrated every nook and cranny, making people feel extremely terrified. The more they stayed in a stalemate, the more troublesome it was. That captivating sword kept attacking from all directions. Every time it attacked, Yang Lingqing would be stunned. Towards the end, Yang Lingqing was already blurry. She gritted her teeth, but she still couldn't move. Sylvestar's laughter was getting closer and closer, and Yang Lingqing's face was getting paler and paler. You can't take it anymore. Just like this, come into my warm embrace. Sylvestar seemed to be right in front of her. Scram. Yang Lingqing shook her head with all her might, trying to escape the captivating sword. It was too terrifying and pervasive. I have to tell Big Brother to save you, Kitten said a few times. No, he's in the selection battle. I can't disturb him. Yang Lingqing wanted to hold on by herself. She hadn't transformed into a dragon yet. If she did, she would definitely be able to defeat her opponent. But now that she was dizzy, she didn't even have the strength to transform. Time's up. Get ready for a good show. Suddenly, Sylvestar appeared in front of Yang Lingqing with the captivating sword in hand. His sword stabbed at her, and even though Yang Lingqing used her sword to resist, she lacked experience and couldn't block it completely. The captivating sword pierced her wrist, and her world spun. She wanted to wake up, but the impact of the captivating sword was too strong. Fuck, do you think I don't exist? Big Brother, someone wants your sister. Kitten had wanted to inform Long Chen, but Yang Lingqing was stubborn and didn't want to disturb Long Chen. Kitten understood that if he didn't disturb Long Chen now, it would be troublesome if something happened to her. From the 60th floor to the 100th floor, Sylvestar saw Yang Lingqing fall for his attack. He was overjoyed and couldn't help but reach out to hug her, grinning from ear to ear. In this silver sea, no one could see what was happening. Just as he was about to succeed, a white light flashed in front of him, and a stunning beauty appeared. She was like a fairy or an illusion, and Sylvestar's eyes went wide. In his shock, he didn't know that this woman was furious. Her small hand shot out and instantly pressed against Sylvestar's chest. Soul fission. That's right. Lingxi had used shifting stars to arrive here in an instant. The soul doppelganger was currently her most lethal rule law. Sylvestar's world tree completely collapsed. In that instant, he suffered a terrible injury, and went from a god spirit to a weakling. The soul fission had crippled him. Lingqing. Lingxi pulled her back. Her elemental immortal source energy was a power that had a stronger purifying ability than the power of the phoenix. Under the influence of the elemental immortal source energy, the sinister laws within Yang Lingqing's body were dispelled one after another. She also quickly regained consciousness. If anything happens in the future, tell us as soon as possible. The rules of the battlefield of gods and demons are very strict. I'll go back first, and you can take your time to deal with him. Lingxi had only arrived for a moment, and in the middle of this silver sea, the divine demon celestial star was in chaos, and it was hard for anyone to guess that someone could use rule laws to penetrate the seal and come to Yang Lingqing's side. When Lingxi disappeared, nothing seemed to change. It was just that Yang Lingqing was awake, and Sylvestar was on the verge of death. You broke the rules. Sylvestar turned pale with fright. He was about to yell, but before he could make a sound, Yang Lingqing's furious attack drowned him out. He couldn't even block an ordinary god spirit, let alone an enraged Yang Lingqing. Women are so scary. Kitten shuddered as he looked at Sylvestar, who had been completely destroyed by Yang Lingqing. His heart was filled with fear, and he was considering whether or not he should provoke Xueqi again. What if he failed and ended up being beaten to this state? When Yang Lingqing turned the other party into dregs, Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, and Soyan were already waiting for her outside. Although they had experienced danger, everyone was fine. Mo Xiaolang said, "It's good that everyone is fine. We all encountered traps and attacks. These opponents were originally on the 10th floor and above, and someone instructed them to attack us. It should have something to do with one of de Montfien's brothers. How is my brother now?" Yang Lingqing couldn't help but ask. Mo Xiaolang smiled and said, "He must be very angry. The show has just begun. Let's wait for him to get angry and then challenge the King God List. Before he challenges the King God List, we won't fight for now." Okay. After experiencing this shock, the girls had become much more cautious. For a moment, they had really felt fear. But after experiencing this hair-raising crisis, the three of them had grown a little. This was a good thing. Kitten pouted and said, Boss is very protective and hates it when others attack those close to him. This is great. This god-fiend battlefield is going to be destroyed by him. Everyone thought of Long Chen's rage and felt that Kitten's description was very apartment. After surviving a disaster, they couldn't help but laugh. This time, Yang Lingqing was in the greatest danger. In Long Chen's eyes, she was his younger sister. They were born on the same day and grew up together. So when he heard Mo Xiaolang and Kitten's warning and saw Yang Lingqing in danger, he hurriedly let Lingxi go over. At this time, he was actually fighting with a peak ultimate realm god king. That made him go crazy. How could they attack the four most important people in his life when he was in battle? Every one of them was extremely dangerous. It was especially so for Yang Lingqing, who was almost taken advantage of. Just as Little Cat had guessed when he saw the scene, his brain was filled with blood, and he instantly went berserk. Initially, he just wanted to get through the selection battle casually, but now, his eyes were bloodshot. No matter who he saw, they would be his enemy. Who? It was very simple. It could only be that demonic mango. This method was really despicable. Chapter 2848. The selection battle usually lasted for a few days, or even half a month, or even a month. Once they were seriously injured, they would be eliminated. Naturally, the number of participants would decrease. In the end, the last person left would be the final winner. Since the start of the battle, only one person had been eliminated. Including Long Chen, there were 9 peak god kings left. That godly monarch had actually been besieged by 3 godly monarchs before being defeated. Back then, Long Chen had watched the battle from afar, so he had a certain understanding of the 9 opponents' true strength. It could be said that every one of them was extraordinary. Experts who had experienced thousands of battles of life and death. Brave cultivators who had risked their lives to reach the god realm of absolute beginning. Originally, he had been prepared to fight according to fate. If he met them, he would determine the winner. There was no need to be anxious. But the attack on Yang Lingqing and the others had angered Long Chen. Outside the god-fiend Heavenly Star, the god kings of the god king list were scattered in the dark sky like stars. Every one of them was so bright and boundless. The god kings of the god king list were exerting great pressure on the remaining 9 with their divine might. The demon spirit must be here. He must be watching him. He already knew that his plan had failed, but he had still won. He had angered Long Chen, provoked Long Chen, and let Long Chen know what he was capable of. Long Chen gnashed his teeth in hatred. In one direction, there was a particularly intense gaze. Given how special everyone was, the demon spirit must be there. 18th. At first, Long Chen had not wanted to challenge such a high rank, but since the other side had forced him to, he had no choice. Since the other side had provoked his reverse scale, he could not tolerate it. He looked in that direction one last time. Long Chen still had an opponent in front of him. Brahma God King. This God King's body was like a diamond, shrouded in divine light. It was said that in terms of physical strength, he surpassed God Emperors. It was said that he had once been on the God King list, but had been defeated. Back then, he had been ranked 91st on the God King list, a figure who had shaken the God Fiend battlefield. Why are you looking around? I'm not worthy to be your opponent. The Brahma God King's voice boomed like a great bell, and he gripped a huge golden scepter in his hand that possessed the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Every one of his roars was filled with immense pressure, and right now, he was like a mountain charging towards Long Chen, the golden scepter in his hand erupting with boundless radiance. Great wisdom scripture. His mouth and hands worked in tandem, and his laws covered the sky and earth. Countless golden characters were like razor-sharp blades, surrounding Long Chen layer by layer before coming for the kill. Heavenly fault palm print. The Brahma God King's body, which seemed to weigh millions of kilograms, soared into the sky and came crashing down. His palm, which was overflowing with golden light, instantly expanded into a giant handprint. A palace could be vaguely seen in the center of the handprint, and inside the palace, hundreds of thousands of Brahma God Kings were chanting scriptures. A double attack. Brahma God King's methods were considered to be at the peak of the myriad of God Kings. Even 2 or 3 ordinary final realm God Kings wouldn't be a match for him. Even the experts on the God King ranking list were shocked by this level of attack. The Brahma God King has improved quite a bit. Then the little guy who managed to reach the 100th floor is in danger. I'm afraid that the Brahma God King will succeed this month. This was how the selection battle was. It was held once a month, but it was very likely that it would last for a month. In the face of danger, it was time for Long Chen to display his strength. Dragon Transformation. Heart-Refining Dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had transformed into a dragon in the Fiend God battlefield. The people of the myriad of worlds basically didn't know about divine dragons, and would only treat them as a type of demon race. The heart-refining dragon was fair, mighty, and domineering. Gold and black alternated, with a long sword between its brows, claws like blades, and tail like a spear. Heavenly Punishment. What was displayed with the Sword of Judgment was the true heavenly punishment. The wind blew. The heaven wisdom scripture was broken. The heart-refining dragon soared into the sky amidst the exclamations of the crowd. The Sword of Judgment carried the power of heavenly punishment, and directly clashed with the heavenly fault palm print. Rumble. Long Chen was shaken down, and he almost crashed to the ground. There was no helping it. In a battle of absolute strength, he was easily at a disadvantage. However, what surprised the crowd was that although he was shaken back, he wasn't injured at all. On the other hand, the Brahma God King, who seemed to have the upper hand, was now attacked by the power of heavenly punishment. His body trembled violently, and he let out several cries of pain. Long Chen's rich power of heavenly punishment was detonating his own strength, causing the Brahma God King's body to collapse from the inside. Long Chen transformed into human form, and with the Lingsu swords in his hands, he slashed through the Brahma God King's body. Time rupture. Rip. The Brahma God King crashed to the ground. His power collapsed. From start to finish, it was clean and efficient, and he directly defeated the Brahma God King in his strongest state. With such heavy injuries, the Brahma God King lost the ability to fight again, and was naturally eliminated. He was originally one of the favorites to win the championship. Long Chen's fierce performance this time was the highlight of this selection battle, and made the experts of the God King list remember him. Almost everyone's topic became Long Chen. To defeat the Brahma God King so quickly, in terms of individual strength, this kid is number one. Indeed, but in the selection battle, the strongest are usually the first to be eliminated. If he wants to obtain the qualifications to challenge our God King list, his current performance is not enough. His performance this time had indeed set off a huge wave. In the darkness, the white-haired God King covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "Demon, this is really interesting. It seems like he is provoking you." Emoka sneered and said, "Right? He's quite lucky. I made such an interesting plan, but his companions managed to avoid it. However, the result is still the same. If he knows that I did it, he will still challenge me." The white-haired God King said, "Aren't you afraid of losing to him?" Demon was startled, glanced at the white-haired God King, and said, "Do you think he has the strength of a God Emperor?" The white-haired God King laughed. "Yes, it is really not easy for us God Kings to climb to our current position in the myriad worlds." But what happened next still made everyone's jaws drop. Long Chen no longer left it up to fate, but actively sought out opponents. As a result, this selection battle became a one-man battle. Following that, 3 consecutive opponents defeated and eliminated him in a short period of time. Including those who were eliminated at the beginning, there were already 5 people eliminated. On the Fiend God Star, there were only 4 opponents left. As Long Chen slaughtered his way through, the remaining 4 must have heard the news, or even seen it with their own eyes. They had truly witnessed Long Chen's strength. At this point, everyone had no choice but to admit that Long Chen was definitely the strongest among the 10 of them. This was undeniable. Even Demon couldn't deny it. However, a selection battle is a selection battle. Most of the time, the strongest doesn't win in the end. There are still 5 people left, and it is still uncertain who will win in the end. As expected, the other 4 have formed an alliance. Long Chen's performance is so eye-catching. Their alliance must be quite stable. It seems like the alliance won't disband before they defeat Long Chen. When Long Chen defeated his 4th opponent, the remaining 4 people had already made an agreement. Once they were ready, they would directly intercept Long Chen. Long Chen met them in the middle of a black desert. The show is about to begin. The God Kings on the Deity King list were looking forward to it. They looked down from above, as if they were watching a beast fight, their expressions full of mockery. Long Chen recognized them. The remaining 4 were Falling Moon God King, Universal Dharma King, Ultimate Realm Flagmaster, and Jiu Sha. Coincidentally, these 4 and Brahma God King were the 5 experts who had been on the Deity King list before. The remaining 4 used to be on the Deity King list, especially the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster, who had just dropped a year ago and was still in the 80s. The Falling Moon God King was dressed in green armor. He had long hair and red phoenix eyes. He held an orderal-level creation divine artifact, the Falling Moon Giant Blade. This giant blade was even larger than the god-slaying sword in the Divine Sword Demon Tower. Universal Dharma King held an orderal-grade creation divine weapon, the Wisdom King Sky Bell. His rule should be related to sound, and he was used to hiding in different angles, which was rather dangerous. Then there was the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster. The Ultimate Realm was one of the worlds, an orderal-grade world, and this Flagmaster was the World Lord of the Ultimate Realm. He had an 8 Desolation War Flag, which was also an orderal-grade creation divine weapon. The last one was Jiu Sha, an assassin who had merged with the shadows. It was said that he had traveled the worlds and killed countless people. He had offended too many people, and finally fled to this god and demon battlefield. He did not dare to go out, because once he did, he would be hunted down by his enemies. The 4 of them clearly wanted to surround and attack Long Chen. They wanted to take down Long Chen first, and then decide the winner. It was like this every time. No matter who performed outstandingly, they would be the first to be targeted. To be honest, we admire you very much. You could have endured it, but your performance was too outstanding. We had no choice but to join forces. The Ultimate Realm Flagmaster stabbed the 8 Desolation War Flag into the ground. The rule power came along with the tremors of the ground. The 8 Desolation War Flag seemed to have countless war souls in it, and they charged with the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster. Outstanding performance means that you look down on us, so we will surround and attack you. Understood. Falling Moon God King said with an indifferent expression. Long Chen looked around at them. He felt unprecedented pressure. However, when there was pressure, there was blood, and there was the passion of battle. Brothers, I came to the battlefield of gods and demons to challenge you. Today, I'm here for this purpose as well. I, Yang Chen, have some confidence in myself. Everyone, feel free to make your moves. If I lose, I naturally won't have any complaints. Jiu Sha said, all right, you are a man. We are the same. At this point, they did not waste any more words. The 4 of them intercepted Long Chen from 4 directions, and then immediately, a storm of attacks came from each of them. The war began. The gods held their breaths as they watched the battle. Long Chen glanced around coldly and found his first opponent, Falling Moon God King. He was the closest to Long Chen. In such a situation, he must not waste time. Instead, he must be fast, ruthless, and accurate. He had to defeat them one by one to break the stalemate. The 4th. Every author has a fixed time to write. I write during the day, some at night. I feel extremely sleepy at night, so I try my best to write at night. If I really can't write, I feel like I'm constipated. I will inform everyone in advance. Chapter 2849. 1 against 4. How foolish. Yang Chen is still a child. He got angry when he found out what happened below. The white-haired divine king chuckled. Although he was a man, his laughter was pleasing to the eye. The demon imp snorted softly and didn't say anything. In general, his thoughts were similar to the white-haired divine king's. It was just a small matter, but he was angered enough to attack. Now, he was surrounded and in a dangerous situation. The Great Crescent Moon Blade, the Bright King Sky Bell, and the 8 Desolation War Banner were 3 Fortune Divine artifacts. Under their pressure, even the celestial demon Heavenly Star trembled. Jiu Sha hid in the dark, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Long Chen. On the surface, the attacks of the 3 Peak Divine Kings were more violent, but in reality, it was Jiu Sha who posed the greatest threat to Long Chen. Soul Calming Song. When Long Chen's target was Shen O, the Myriad Dharma King moved faster and intercepted Long Chen from the side. A huge yellow ancient bell appeared in his hand. The Myriad Dharma King danced on the ancient bell. Every time his feet landed on the bell, a thud would be heard. He sped up and created a powerful song. The Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch had dominated the myriad worlds with dozens of tunes. His rhythmic laws were very rare, but the effects were also quite violent. For example, this soul-suppressing tune was like a violent attack that was simply irresistible. It suppressed Long Chen to the ground and brought an extremely violent impact to his divine soul. Outside the celestial demon Heavenly Star, the divine king list was watching. The myriad Dharma king is also stronger. This soul-calming song won't be easy to deal with. The other three are also difficult to deal with. Each of them is no weaker than the Brahma God King. Yang Chen was reckless this time. Now that he's in a dead end, it'll be difficult to win. It'll be difficult to defeat the four of them together. Everyone wanted to see how Long Chen could block this soul-calming song and the other three divine kings' subsequent attacks. Because of Yang Lingqing, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. It was just that Long Chen's calmness exceeded their expectations. He was rather clean and efficient, but when the soul-suppressing song arrived, what appeared in front of the myriad Dharma monarch was a white dream-like divine dragon. Its eyes changed, and the heavenly eye of destiny and the eye of desire descended at the same time. Among them, the heavenly eye of destiny suppressed the myriad Dharma monarch's attack. Under the suppression of the heavenly eye of destiny, the rhythm of the myriad Dharma Mahamayama's soul-suppressing song was instantly restrained. The power that he could release was rather limited. This was the weakness of his laws of music. If he was affected even a little, it would be very difficult for him to form a powerful and effective attack. The Eye of Desire met the Falling Moon God King. Falling Moon God Monarch was originally going to attack Long Chen, but he was affected by Long Chen's Eye of Desire. He immediately changed the direction of his attack, and his saber slashed towards Myriad Dharma Monarch. Falling Moon, you ambushed me. The Myriad Ways Wisdom Monarch was furious. No, I'm being controlled by his laws. Falling Moon God King was shocked. He only managed to retract his attack at the last moment. This change really confused him, but such an unforeseen event gave Long Chen an opportunity. Heavenly Retribution. Long Chen instantly transformed into his human form. His speed was terrifying, and he held the spiritual dual swords in his hands. The two order-level creation divine weapons attacked. Falling Moon God King had just retracted his attack when he encountered Long Chen. You're courting death. He wielded his saber and counterattacked. In another direction, Jiu Sha suddenly appeared at a terrifying speed. He stabbed the short saber in his hand at Long Chen's left rib. This short saber was made of blue ice crystals. It was extremely cold and was a rare item in the infinite worlds. It was at least an order-level item. One look was enough to tell that it had great lethality. If Long Chen persisted in attacking Falling Moon God King, he would definitely be injured by Jiu Sha. Jiu Sha was now using the method of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao, and it was quite effective. However, Long Chen did not care about him at all. He still seized the best opportunity and made Falling Moon God King his only target. Falling Moon God King blocked one of the two heavenly retribution swords, allowing the soul-shattering sword Qi to pierce his body. The power of heavenly retribution exploded. Falling Moon God King screamed in pain and fell from the sky. The power in his body exploded, forming several golden and black divine dragons that rampaged in his body. At the same time, Jiu Sha's attack was successful. The short saber stabbed Long Chen's forearm, and then he quickly left. You've lost. Jiu Sha was very confident. He laughed sinisterly from afar. Indeed, his ice-blue short saber was very powerful. It began to freeze Long Chen, making it impossible for Long Chen to move. However, Long Chen had the fire of life. When the ice-blue color spread over his body, the fire of life burned fiercely, suppressing the ice-blue color. In the end, it disappeared on Long Chen's arm. Jiu Sha's attack was ineffective. Falling Moon God King fell to the ground like a boulder, fighting against the power of heavenly retribution. Without a word, Long Chen pressed down. Suddenly, a time storm descended. Under the tearing of time, Falling Moon God King could not resist the power of heavenly retribution. Under the eruption of heavenly retribution, he was seriously injured. In the end, he was judged to have lost the ability to fight and was eliminated. This sudden change shocked many people. From fate rules to life rules, and karma rules. The three worked together to defeat Falling Moon God King and intimidate the other three God Kings. At the same time, it also intimidated the existences on the God King list. Jiu Sha, Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch, and the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster stayed where they were. In fact, they thought that Jiu Sha's attack could defeat Long Chen. They did not expect it to be ineffective. Long Chen seemed to be perfect in every aspect. On the God King list, the white-haired God King and the demonic Mango looked at each other and did not speak. They could vaguely see something happening. If they mocked him now, they would only be slapping themselves in the face. Attack! This time, the three of them attacked at the same time. Universal Battle Song. The Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch used both his hands and feet to play the Universal Battle Song. This was a rule attack that was several times more violent than the soul-subduing song. The Ultimate Realm Flagmaster did not succeed in his attack previously. Now, he was at the forefront and directly faced Long Chen. He waved the 8 Desolation War Flag in his hand and created 8 desolations. Wherever the war flag swept past, 8 terrifying worlds appeared. They released negative energy and pressed towards Long Chen. Demonic claws of various colors extended out from each world. Jiu Sha continued to appear and disappear mysteriously. Long Chen shook his body and transformed into the immemorial blood spiritual dragon. This was the ancestral dragon that he was most familiar with. It was also the slaughter rules that he was most familiar with. No matter how strange the attacks of the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster and the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch were, he directly rushed forward and transformed into the sharp blood spiritual thorn. Nowadays, any mystique that was transformed into the rules could display super strong power. A blood-red light pierced through the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster's 8 Desolation War Flag in an incomparably domineering manner. Break! Under the tearing of the 10,000 death claws, the 8 Desolation worlds collapsed. Source of life. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. When he rushed past the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster, his target was actually the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch. This instantly disrupted the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch's rhythm. When the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch raised his head, a green light descended and directly enveloped him in a green tunnel. Life. Deprivation. The rules of the Tao of Life were the most domineering of the rules that Long Chen knew. Direct deprivation of life was difficult to resist. In a short moment, Long Chen seemed to have stolen a large amount of flesh and blood from the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch, causing the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch to become extremely weak. Once again they separated. This time, Jiu Sha was unable to catch up to Long Chen. Long Chen turned back again and transformed into the Great Void Cosmic Dragon. He used the Time Rupture technique. Under the Dragon Claw, the Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch was unable to resist and was suppressed for a full 3 breaths of time. His power dissipated and he collapsed on the Wisdom Monarch's Sky Bell. The Myriad Dharma Wisdom Monarch was defeated. It didn't take long for Long Chen to defeat 2 of them consecutively. The remaining 2 were Jiu Sha and the Ultimate Realm Flagmaster. This time, Long Chen won beautifully. He relied purely on the power of the rules to suppress the remaining 3 godly monarchs. His performance naturally caused the godly monarchs on the Godly King list to sigh in admiration. No matter who it was, they had nothing to say now. The godly monarchs who had been talking about how difficult it would be to defeat the 4 of them also shut their mouths. It was indeed difficult, but Long Chen had done it. Sir, you are so powerful. I admit defeat. Jiu Sha was very tactful. When he saw that the remaining 2 people had no hope of defeating Long Chen, he immediately admitted defeat. Although it hadn't been easy for them to reach this stage, if they were injured, it would take a lot of time to recover. I also admit defeat. The Ultimate Realm Flagmaster admired Long Chen from the bottom of his heart. When the 2 of them admitted defeat, it meant that all of Long Chen's opponents had already been defeated. Without a doubt, the winner of this selection battle was himself. Long Chen had completely displayed his strength. It was reasonable for the 2 godly monarchs to admit defeat. They didn't seem to be going easy on him at all. Everyone present was an expert, so they could clearly see this point. The battle ended. The outcome of today's battle was something that none of the godly kings on the Godly King list could predict. Now, all of their gazes were focused on Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was going to challenge them next. Long Chen was someone who could make the person he challenged fall off the Godly King list. He could make them lose their glory. Hence, it was very difficult for them to maintain a good attitude towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen and the dozens of pinnacle godly kings stared at each other. The winner of the selection battle is Yang Chen. He has the right to challenge any godly king other than the top 10 on the Godly King list within a month. The challenged must accept the challenge. The announcement of the Heaven Region Alliance came from the wooden hut. This was the rule of the battlefield of gods and demons. It was precisely because of the rules that this place was so attractive. Hee. The demonic imp knew that Long Chen had found his direction. It really didn't expect things to develop to this point. Tell me, does he really have the guts to choose you? The white-haired godly king squinted his eyes and said, "He has already found me. Forget it, let me end this boring farce myself." The demonic imp crossed its arms and gently moved its muscles. Chapter 2850. Scarlet. Vicious. Cold. Complacent. This was what Long Chen saw in his eyes. Imitating the demonic fiend, exploiting a loophole in the rules, sending people down here secretly, and attacking Xiao Lang and the others while I'm in the selection battle. Do you want me to experience that kind of pain? Long Chen could not hold back against a person like that. Long Chen had killed his brother, but this was different. There was no desire for revenge in his eyes at all. Instead, he was provoking Long Chen. Now that Yang Lingqing was fine, it had already happened, but the demonic spirit was still so complacent. The seal of the heavenly star had already closed. Now, all 10 god kings could emerge, while the injured god kings had to return and rest. According to the rules, after being defeated here, the 9 of them would have to descend 30 floors before slowly making their way back up. Starting from the 90th floor, there would be no weaklings, so it would still take them a very long time to make their way here. Afterwards, they would prepare for the new selection battle. After winning, Long Chen had a month to prepare. At this moment, a streak of black starlight condensed between Long Chen and the experts of the God King ranking, condensing into an old man in the end. The Dark Star Divine Emperor. The experts of the God King ranking all knew about the Dark Star Divine Emperor's existence. Right now, the Dark Star Divine Emperor was the manager of the battlefield of gods and demons. When they saw the Great Perfection Divine Emperor, they all felt reverence and bowed. The Dark Star Divine Emperor looked around, and his gaze landed on Long Chen in the end. He said, "I watched today's battle from beginning to end. It was extremely fascinating." Yang Chen emerged victorious in the end, obtaining the opportunity to challenge the God King ranking. "Congratulations, brave young man." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Chen shifted his gaze away from the demonic spirit and said politely. The Dark Star Divine Emperor had appeared here as if he had something to announce. Otherwise, with how elusive he was, he would never appear unless there was something serious. For example, there was no need for him to appear today. Perhaps because of his relationship with the Donghua Emperor, he paid special attention to Long Chen. Actually, the Dark Star Divine Emperor had witnessed everything that had happened afterwards too. Even if Long Chen had no idea about what happened to Yang Lingqing in the end, he would still take action to stop her. He smiled at Long Chen and said, "You have a boundless future ahead of you. Today, I will represent myself and give you a small gift." The Dark Star Divine King had treated him far too well. Long Chen instantly understood what he meant. He was telling all the other godly monarchs not to provoke Long Chen easily because Long Chen was under his protection. Today, if Long Chen accepted his gift, the other godly monarchs would know how important Long Chen was. But what kind of gift was it? Under the most eager gazes of the godly monarchs, the Dark Star Divine Emperor revealed the answer. He took out a pure black, ancient jade slip. It was extremely wondrous, covered in ancient patterns and heavy with power. It was filled with a pure and natural power. This is the Chaos Scripture. It was left behind by a good friend of mine, the Chaos Dao Lord Emperor. He's already passed away, but he entrusted me with the Chaos Scripture to someone who deserves it. I'll give it to you today. This is the Chaos Grade Infinite Divine Technique. Chaos is the origin and foundation of everything. It can excavate the various powers in the bloodline and merge them. What you've learnt is complicated, so it should suit you the best. Chaos Grade. 6th Grade. When the Dark Star Divine Emperor said it was a small gift earlier, Long Chen really did not care much. He thought it would be a lawful item at most. As long as it was a gift from the Dark Star Divine Emperor, even if it was only at the fantasy grade, it was enough to explain how important it was. However, he had actually given it to him at the Chaos grade. When the primordial Chaos Scripture's name was mentioned, even many godly kings on the Godly King ranking exclaimed. That was because this was something they all desired very much. Even among the top 10 of the God King ranking, there were relatively few people who possessed Chaos-grade items. They had heard of the Chaos Tao Lord Emperor before. He was also a great perfection God King. He was very renowned, but he offended a final God King afterwards and was slain. Back then, this matter caused a great disturbance across the entire myriad worlds. The battle was extremely brutal. Over 1 billion lives had died because of this battle. The Chaos Tao Lord Emperor was also a good friend of the Dark Star Divine Emperor. Many people knew he had entrusted the Chaos Scripture to the Dark Star Divine Emperor, so actually, many God Kings had coveted the Chaos Scripture in the past. They had asked the Dark Star Divine Emperor for it in the past. But today, the Dark Star Divine Emperor had actually personally given it to Long Chen in front of everyone. Without a doubt, this had cut off the thoughts of a portion of them. It also demonstrated how important Long Chen was to the Dark Star Divine Emperor, reminding everyone of Long Chen's status. Of course, envy, jealousy, and hatred were unavoidable. However, this was the battlefield of gods and demons, the Dark Star Divine Emperor's territory. And the Dark Star Divine Emperor must have understood that Long Chen's objective was to defeat all the God Kings present apart from him. This gift even made Long Chen tremble slightly. That was the 6th grade of Chaotic Prime. It was something that even Divine Kings in the God Realm of Absolute Beginning would fight over. He was indeed lacking the infinite divine technique. Clearly, the Dark Star Divine Emperor had realized this, which was why he had taken out the Chaos Scripture. Perhaps he had thought of this when he saw Long Chen inherit the Donghua Great Emperor's divine sword and demon tower. Thank you, Divine Emperor. Long Chen dropped to one knee and accepted the Chaos Scripture. He would remember all those who treated him well and repay them. The Dark Star Divine Emperor smiled faintly. As long as you use it well, I won't have to worry. Right now, the items left behind by my 2 good friends are all on you. If you don't make use of them, I'll be taking them all back. He did indeed sound rather helpless when he said that. The 3 great perfection God Kings were all figures on par with the rulers of the world. The Chaotic Prime Taoist Emperor had been slain by a final God King, while the Donghua Great Emperor had died at the hands of a mysterious person. Only he, the Dark Star Divine Emperor, remained in the battlefield of gods and demons. Don't worry, Divine Emperor. Long Chen was obviously confident in himself. He stood up and saw the countless burning eyes behind the Dark Star Divine Emperor. These people definitely had many thoughts. They obviously wanted the Chaos Scripture. The Dark Star Divine Emperor was also making enemies for Long Chen. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was not afraid of these enemies. What he wanted was a challenge. All right, Yang Chen. Let me ask you, which expert of the God King ranking do you want to challenge? I suggest you start from the 90s or the 100th. As long as you make it onto the God King ranking, you'll have many opportunities to challenge higher up. The Dark Star Divine Emperor said before the God Kings. Long Chen set aside the matter of the Chaotic Prime for now. He obviously knew that the rules on the 100th floor of the God King ranking were different from the 100 floors below. Only those who passed through the selection battles on the 100th floor could challenge the God King ranking, and as long as they made it onto the God King ranking, they seemed to be able to challenge and change their ranking at will. Long Chen was not too sure about the exact rules. There were many opportunities to challenge anyway. However, it was impossible for him to start from the 90s. That was because he was Long Chen. The demon imp had used an insidious method to provoke him. Now, the God Kings on the God King ranking were rather nervous. Just who would Long Chen challenge? In particular, those ranked in the 90s. They obviously knew that no matter who was challenged by Long Chen, they would all be kicked off the God King ranking. They had managed to make it up after so much difficulty in the past. Silence reigned. Long Chen glanced past all the God Kings on the God King ranking before stopping before a 4-eyed king in the end. He smiled and said word by word, Divine Emperor, I want to challenge the 18th God King, the Demon Imp, and I want it to be immediately. I want to know if the Demon Imp has the courage to accept my challenge immediately. There was a commotion. Even the God Kings at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds could not help but become restless. The Demon Imp 18th. Challenging the 18th God King ranking as soon as he entered the God King ranking was a rare occurrence in history. According to the rules, one could not challenge the top 10 for the first time. The top 10 and the top 100 were 2 different concepts. However, the 18th God King ranking was still within the rules. Demon Imp, the God Kings could not help but look at the guy with 4 eyes. Some of them vaguely knew that Long Chen had defeated Demon Fiend before, and he seemed to be the brother of the Demon Imp. However, they did not expect Long Chen to be so bold. The Demon Imp revealed a faint smile. It seemed that it had expected this from the beginning. It was not surprised even when Long Chen said that he would challenge it immediately. When the God Kings saw the Demon Imp smile, they immediately understood that the show was about to start. Long Chen did not know how strong the Demon Imp was. However, the other party had used the life of his closest people to provoke and threaten him. There was no way out. Long Chen only wanted to break this person's smiling face. Demon Imp, the Dark Star God Emperor, was very surprised too, but he smiled very soon. This was what he liked about Long Chen. He had courage and strength. When the two were combined, he could create an unimaginable miracle. As it turned out, the climax of the day had yet to come. Right now, everyone was waiting for the Demon Imp's reply. He tidied his clothes before spreading his hands and saying to the God Kings, "If that's the case, the Demon Imp welcomes the 48,500 God Kings of the Battlefield of Gods to the 18th floor as guests. The Demon Imp will entertain you all with a feast for the eyes." This meant he had accepted the challenge. The challenge before the God King ranking was extremely special. All the experts of the Battlefield of Gods and Demons could spectate the battle. "Then, I declare the challenge accepted. The battle will begin in an hour." The Dark Star God Emperor's voice constantly rang through the 100th floor, even spreading through the entire battlefield of gods and demons. The wooden huts on every floor were spreading the news. Yang Chen will challenge the Demon Imp, who ranks 18th on the God King ranking. The battle will begin in an hour. An entrance to the upper 18 floors will open up on every floor. God Kings who want to spectate the battle, please head to the 18th floor immediately. Yang Chen is challenging the Demon Imp on the 18th floor. These keywords rang through the ears of all the God Kings, leaving many of them dumbfounded. After returning to their senses, the God Kings surged over in a hurry. Many of them dreamed of making it into the top 10 of the God King ranking. This was a dream that they would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. The opportunity to head to the 18th floor might not even come once in several million years. No one wanted to miss out on a battle like this. Even in their cultivation rooms, many people were dragged out. Tens of thousands of people surged towards the 18th floor. It was 6 o'clock today. Chapter 2851. Every challenge to the God King list was a grand event in the battlefield of gods and demons. It was also the greatest joy in the battlefield of gods and demons. The God King list was the ultimate goal of the God Kings in the lower 100 levels of the battlefield of gods and demons. To them, the existences on the list were high and mighty. Their dream was to challenge this high and mighty existence, to break through and surpass themselves. Therefore, every time someone stood out in the selection battle, he was not just challenging the God King list to obtain that glory, but the dreams and hopes of all the low-level God Kings, to charge towards the top 100, to challenge authority and break through oneself. This was the dream of all the God Kings. Everyone had come here for the same dream of becoming stronger. In particular, Long Chen had directly challenged the demonic Mango on the 18th level. If he succeeded, then it would be unprecedented in the battlefield of gods and demons for a long time. After all, the 18th place on the God King list was a relatively high existence among the countless God Kings in the entire myriad worlds. Those who could be on the God King list were much more capable than ordinary God Kings. There were even people who divided them into a separate realm called Half-Step God Emperor. As the name suggested, it meant that one had already stepped into the God Emperor realm. God Realm of Absolute Beginning. The news quickly spread throughout the entire battlefield of gods and demons. All the God Kings connected to the cultivation rooms were pulled up to participate in this unprecedented battle. An entrance to the 18th level appeared on every level of the battlefield of gods and demons. Almost no one had ever been to the battlefield of gods and demons on the 18th level. To be able to go up and see what it was like was also a kind of enjoyment. If not for Long Chen, they would never have had this opportunity in their lifetime. Long Chen and the others had already reached their destination. This was the 18th level. There was only one God King on each level in the upper 100 levels, but the space he occupied was the same as the space occupied by thousands of God Kings on the first level. Or even bigger. The heavenly demon star in the center used for battles was also bigger. It was even bigger than the heavenly demon star on the 100th level. The demonic mango had already stayed here for a long time in order to become a god emperor. Therefore it would say that this was its territory, its home. But today, it welcomed challengers. Many godly kings of the godly king ranking surrounded him and occupied the most central position to watch the battle. After that, the other god kings arrived one after another. Of course, they did not dare to forcefully occupy the position, and only dared to surround the god-devil heavenly star from the outside. The originally vast god-fiend battlefield was gradually occupied by a large number of god monarchs. Tens of thousands of god kings had appeared at once. Even for Long Chen, this was a terrifying number. For example, during the dragon sacrifice, there were only a dozen or so god kings. As far as the eye could see, they were all god king level experts, and none of them were weak. They had all been honed on the fiend god battlefield. An hour later, the battle began. Now that an hour had passed, almost all the godly kings had arrived. The atmosphere was so tense and heavy that none of the god kings dared to make a sound. The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. But the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen saw Mo Xiaolang and the others. In the crowd, they naturally stood out. Now that they were fine, they could not deny the danger from before. They were a little worried for Long Chen. Don't worry and watch. It's only interesting to fight a challenging battle. Long Chen was very calm. Just like the last time, the godly kings of the godly king ranking stood together with the demonic imp, so most of their pressure was on Long Chen. It was considered as a show of strength to Long Chen, who challenged the godly king ranking. You just finished the selection battle. Don't you need to rest? What I mean is, I don't want others to think that I took advantage of you after I defeated you. The demonic imp walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen on the huge god-devil heavenly star, and said coldly. No need, Long Chen answered straightforwardly. His courage was supported by most of the godly kings. Some people began to speak up to cheer for Long Chen. Yang Chen, Yang Chen. The cheers gradually grew louder. There were only a few dozen people on the godly king ranking, while there were tens of thousands of other godly kings. In terms of voice and momentum, they were certainly not as strong as Long Chen's supporters. So in this god-devil battlefield, the voices supporting Long Chen were overwhelming. The demonic imp was a little displeased. It was very annoyed by these cheers. Frowning, it scolded them for being a bunch of trash. Then it said to Long Chen, it's meaningless to just challenge me. As usual, I, the demonic imp, fight with a little stake. This time, I am willing to take out my fortune divine artifact, boundless divine technique, my external incarnation, heavenly imp, and my life. Everything I have, including my primordial immortal essence and chaos treasures. After it said this, the godly kings were stunned. The demonic imp was a little exaggerated. What it meant was that if it lost, it would give everything to Long Chen, including its life. The stakes were far too great. This meant that Long Chen would have to put up a stake of equal value for the bet to stand. The demonic imp was very casual. It pointed at Long Chen and said, I don't want your life. I don't want anything else. I only want a single thing, and that's the chaos scripture. With that, countless godly kings immediately cursed the demonic imp for being despicable, including the peak godly kings on the godly king ranking. However, they could not help but admit that the demonic imp was truly bold. The Dark Star Divine Emperor had just given the chaos scripture to Long Chen, yet he was openly eyeing the chaos scripture. However, it was truly a brilliant move. If he tried to steal it from the shadows, the Dark Star Divine Emperor would definitely destroy him. However, he was following the rules of the God-Devil battlefield right now, openly betting with Long Chen. If Long Chen lost the chaos scripture to him, probably even the Dark Star Divine Emperor would have nothing to say about it. The demonic imp is far too ruthless. If he's that bold, why would he need to worry about the chaos scripture not being his? With his talent, if he can master the chaos scripture, he probably has a chance at making it into the top 10, or even reaching the realm of god kings. He's really good at calculating. The godly kings could only be envious and jealous. What? Aren't you supposed to be very brave? Do you have the courage to accept this bet? To be honest, just the challenge alone is really boring. The demonic imp smiled coldly and looked at Long Chen from above, placing all of the pressure on Long Chen. At this moment, all the godly kings were waiting for Long Chen's decision. The demonic imp was willing to exchange everything he had for the chaos scripture. However, Long Chen was not interested in anything. He was only interested in his life. Of course, as long as he took his life, everything else would be his. Honestly, this was not even as exciting as a battle to the death. However, the demonic imp knew that even if it killed Long Chen in a battle to the death, it definitely would not be able to obtain the Chaos Scripture. That was something the Dark Star Divine Emperor had given him. Right now, the Dark Star Divine Emperor was still hidden in the shadows. As it seemed, he wanted to make the decision himself. This was also a form of trust the Dark Star Divine Emperor had in Long Chen. Since that was the case, he obviously had to make his decision. Under everyone's anticipation, Long Chen only said a single word, which was, "All right." It was a single word, but it was filled with lofty sentiments. "Let's begin." The demonic imp grinned. His smile was filled with complacency and joy, just like the smile he had when he had set up the 4 traps to deal with Yang Lingqing and the others. He had always thought everything was under his control. What a pitiful child. He definitely can't imagine just how powerful I am, the demonic imp thought. As he thought that, Long Chen had already landed on the god-demon heavenly star. He stepped on the black desert, kicking up large amounts of sand with every single movement. Raising his head, tens of thousands of godly kings were like tens of thousands of stars, flickering in the night sky. A blood-colored star abruptly arrived. The demonic imp wore robes of alternating blood red and black. Endless seas of blood churned in its 4 blood-red eyes as surging malice erupted from its body. It reminded Long Chen of when he fought the demon fiend back then, except this demonic imp was even sharper and crueler. The bet was the infinite divine technique of the 6th grade scripture of chaos. The godly kings were all dumbfounded. Without a doubt, this pushed the suspense of the battle to its peak. All the godly kings discovered that their hearts were about to split open. They still had to participate in something as grand as this. For a moment, the world above the god-demon heavenly star shook, enveloped in the blood-red light of the demonic imp. The seal on the god-demon heavenly star had already been opened, which meant the battle had already begun. The people who had been cheering for Long Chen earlier all held their breaths now, watching the battle quietly. Silence. On the god-demon heavenly star, Long Chen and the demonic imp stared at each other. The demonic imp opened its arms. Its 4 blood-red eyes revealed a monstrous malice. Its slender tail curled around his body like a blood snake. At this moment, it seemed like even the infinite god-demon heavenly star was in its hands. It's such a pity that I couldn't kill this wolf-like demon today. I couldn't let the Een beasts rape the 3 girls beside you. However, as long as they are still participating in the battle of the god-demon battlefield, these things will happen eventually. Yang Chen, you can't protect them. Because you've provoked me. I don't care about my useless brother's life or death at all. However, people will gossip about me. I can't just sit back and do nothing, can I? So, I'll take the primordial chaos scripture as a gift from you to me as an apology. My brother's death was really worth it. Otherwise, how would I have the chance to get this primordial chaos treasure? I've been longing for it for millions of years. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Long Chen was very straightforward. His blood was boiling, and this time, he directly transformed into a dragon on the god-demon heavenly star. What appeared in front of the demonic imp was a blood-red divine dragon. In terms of murderous intent and bloodthirst, Long Chen far surpassed the demonic imp. Just now, it was the demonic imp who was imposing, but now it was Long Chen. What is this beast? The demonic imp covered its mouth and laughed. Chapter 2852. Heavenly Immortal. His doppelganger. In fact, it was himself. This was the talent of the Nightmare Dream tribe. Only the purest bloodline could give birth to a doppelganger like the Heavenly Immortal. Although Demon Fiend was older, he was born of a concubine and was not as pure-blooded as the demonic immortal. It was this bloodline that caused the gap between the 2 brothers. Behind the demonic immortal, a huge snow-white figure suddenly appeared, forming a strong contrast with the blood-red demonic immortal. The violent aura condensed behind him, shining brilliantly. Amidst the exclamations of countless god-kings, it formed a violent giant beast. This was a giant beast similar to the demonic ape. It was covered in long white fur and had thick arms. Only its face was blood-red. It looked more like a human than an ape. After opening its eyes, what Long Chen saw was an extremely violent spiritual will. At the same time, Long Chen could also feel that this was completely like a berserk heavenly immortal. The power, divine might, and rules it possessed were not weaker than the demonic immortal. In fact, it was even more violent, crazier, and completely disregarded life and death. Therefore, the combat power of the demonic immortal was a combination of the demonic immortal and the heavenly immortal. This was the reason why he was ranked 18th. A normal him and a berserk him formed a terrifying combination. The demonic immortal was cold and gloomy, while this heavenly immortal was absolutely violent. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly immortal clenched its giant claws and madly pounded its chest. Its scarlet eyes stared at Long Chen as if he was its prey. Whoosh. The god kings held their breath and watched more seriously. They were even more nervous than Long Chen himself. It was about to start. Be good, baby. Don't eat him by accident. I promise to spare his life. The demonic immortal chuckled. Just as it finished speaking, the heavenly immortal let out another roar, shaking the entire celestial demon star. The ground around Long Chen cracked, dust rose into the sky, and the mountains shattered. The huge white figure descended from the sky. The battle has begun. The god kings were in an uproar. At that moment, Long Chen clearly saw this heavenly elf. He saw the demonic elf standing on his shoulder, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Long Chen was dealing with two super god kings that were several times stronger than Demon Fiend. Among them, the heavenly mandrill looked more terrifying, but Long Chen knew that the demonic mandrill was more difficult to deal with. Tears of Heaven. This was the attack of a heavenly elf. It was hard to imagine that such a giant beast could actually make such a sharp sound. That sound was like countless swords shooting out from its mouth and filling the sky. This was actually a type of law. Of course, Long Chen was still the most important in terms of offense. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such an attack. Even the seal of the fiend god Heavenly Star was trembling. The sound attack was all-pervasive. Especially the impact of the roar of the giant beast. This was the demon elf's first show of strength to Long Chen. In fact, the demon elf's body was controlled by him. It was just that he pretended that the heavenly elf was a pet. That was him. The one who used the nomological attack was also himself. Tears of Heaven. The seal trembled. The sound waves turned into swords that attacked Long Chen. This kind of attack was the most troublesome. He could only take it head-on. Long Chen's body burned with green flames of life. No matter what kind of damage he suffered from the Tears of Heaven, he could quickly recover. He had trillions of willpower to support him, so he didn't have to worry about energy consumption. If this stalemate continued, the demon elf would definitely be exhausted to death. Sky-piercing fist. This was the second attack of the heavenly elf in the Tears of Heaven. The giant beast clenched its hands into fists. Its thick arms looked quite scary, and surging energy gathered in its hands. As expected, the sky-piercing fist's law was destruction. At this moment, the heavenly elf condensed both fists and blasted them towards Long Chen. Wherever it went, space, earth, and the world shattered and turned into powder. Heaven and earth returned to chaos. Long Chen dodged this sky-piercing fist, but the one who suffered was a giant mountain on the fiend god Heavenly Star behind him. In just an instant, the giant mountain turned into powder and completely disappeared. A large area of the surrounding territory was directly razed to the ground. If he was hit by this sky-piercing fist, he would definitely be seriously injured. The release speed of the Tears of Heaven and sky-piercing fist was unparalleled. Just these two laws of the heavenly elf's continuous eruption and violent bombardment brought Long Chen great trouble. Under this bombardment, Long Chen could only dodge. The reason why he didn't fight head-on with the heavenly elf was because the strongest demon elf hadn't attacked yet. As soon as the battle began, the demon elf completely suppressed Long Chen. The godly monarchs watched in a daze as the heavenly elf chased after Long Chen, killing all over the fiend god Heavenly Star. The Tears of Heaven and sky-piercing fist destroyed everything in its path. If this continues, as long as the demon elf attacks, Long Chen will definitely lose. Many godly monarchs had the same thought. They felt very regretful. Long Chen had lost the time immemorial scripture. In the hands of the demon elf, the time immemorial scripture would definitely be more effective. This time, it could only be said that the demon elf's luck was too good. Rumble. The fiend god Heavenly Star shook violently. This was the first time Long Chen clashed with the sky-piercing fist. As expected, in terms of strength, he was only at the Genesis tier. There was no way he could compare to the demon elf. In terms of overall strength, even with Lingxi's strength, he was still completely suppressed. If he fought this violent demon head-on, there wouldn't be much progress. It's my turn. The demon elf finally attacked. Long Chen had already adapted to the heavenly elf's tiers of heaven and sky-piercing fist. He had been paying attention to the demon elf. As expected, at this time, although the demon elf was still on the heavenly elf's shoulder, it also attacked. This was a technique that Long Chen was familiar with. Heart Fiend. Although it was Heart Fiend, it was much stronger than the demon elf. The blood-colored, snake-like killing intent erupted from Long Chen's body and took control of Long Chen's body. This time, Long Chen's reaction was even faster. He instantly transformed into the mixed-origin Heavenly Fate Dragon while flying. Destiny Heavenly Pupil. Heart Wish Eye. The Destiny Heavenly Pupil suppressed the power of the demon elf's Heart Fiend, causing it to retreat and die prematurely. In terms of control, Heart Fiend was inferior to the rules of destiny. As for the Heart Wish Eye, Long Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He had been waiting for the demon elf to attack and then use the Destiny Heavenly Pupil to suppress him. Then, he would use the Heart Wish Eye to control the heavenly elf. Kill him. A white gaze pierced the heavenly elf's eyes. The heavenly elf was the external incarnation of the demon elf. It was his other body, but it could only be considered a second body. It wasn't the main body, but a secondary body. The demon elf must have used some kind of method to control this body. Long Chen was probably able to use the Heart Wish Eye to change this control. In the end, he really succeeded. The heavenly elf roared and changed the target of the heavens tier to the demon elf. At the same time, he punched the demon elf on his shoulder. This change could be said to be earth-shattering. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. With this change, Long Chen directly reversed the battle. How is this possible? The demon elf was suddenly hit by the heaven's tier that it was most familiar with, followed by the exploding heaven fist. It retreated in a panic, causing the heavenly elf's exploding heaven fist to hit its shoulder. In an instant, the heavenly elf shattered one of its arms. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The heavenly elf let out a miserable howl and struggled out of Long Chen's control. It became even more violent. As for the demon elf, it was suddenly attacked by the heaven's tier. Blood flowed out of its ears. It could be considered to have suffered a certain degree of damage. With one move, he had injured two opponents. The reversal of the battle was simply amazing. The demon elf's expression changed drastically. Its eyes became extremely cruel and scarlet. It gritted its teeth. This time, it was truly angry and violent. Roar! The heavenly elf once again carried it and chased after Long Chen with the heaven's tier and the exploding heaven fist. The demon elf was very careful this time. It knew that the god kings outside were already talking about it. This feeling was really unbearable. I won't give you a second chance, Yang Chen. The demon elf said coldly. Do I need your chance? Long Chen turned around and smiled. Although he was suppressed in terms of strength, he could still choose to split his opponent's attack. As the heavenly elf chased after him, he would escape. The two of them started a game of chase in the celestial demon heavenly star again. Coward! The demon elf laughed coldly. Outside the celestial demon heavenly star, the god kings looked at each other. Although Long Chen had just reversed the battle and injured his opponent, he was now running away in a panic. It was really embarrassing. However, judging from Long Chen's counterattack just now, this battle was not a one-sided situation. The demon elf chased after Long Chen. Unprecedented, monstrous demonic formation. When the heavenly elf was fighting with Long Chen in the ruthless region, the demon elf found an opportunity and attacked decisively, sneering. Its formation covered the entire celestial demon heavenly star. Endless weakening power began to spread toward Long Chen from all directions. Formation? 14 Lives Formation. In front of the divine kings, Long Chen suddenly transformed into the Tai Chi life form dragon. Those 15 dragon heads are truly terrifying. His life dragon head directly unleashed the life origin and trapped the heavenly immortal, depriving the life of the heavenly immortal. As for the remaining 14 dragon heads, they are about to unleash the 14 lives formation. The 14 formations firmly surrounded Long Chen. Once the monstrous demonic formation's power entered, It would be completely converted by the 14 Lives formation and condensed into Long Chen's own power. Depriving life, trapping the heavenly elf. Reversing the formation, safe and sound. Every time the demon elf attacked, Long Chen once again restrained it. This made the demon elf extremely sullen. Why were all of Long Chen's rules restraining it? This unprecedented monstrous demonic formation could be said to be useless. It was just sending power to Long Chen. This situation made the God Kings outside roar with laughter. They saw the demon elf's predicament. It seemed that this was an evenly matched battle. And if this continued, the demon elf would be in danger. The demon elf has to show its true strength. He underestimated his opponent too much. Now he finally understands. Yeah, I want to see his amazing heavenly demon elf. Sure enough, when the monstrous demonic formation formed the 14 Lives formation and the heavenly elf was tragically deprived, the demon elf was furious. Heavenly elf, return. In that instant, the demon elf turned into countless drops of blood and directly fused into the heavenly elf below. These two bodies were actually fusing. In fact, this was the true tyrannical strength of the heavenly elf. Usually, they cultivated together, grew together, and fused together in battle to become the heavenly demon elf. Then, the combat power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Chapter 28:53. When the demonic imp and the heavenly imp fused, there was a huge vibration. The heavenly imp obtained the power of the demonic imp and broke free from Long Chen's source of life. Break. The 14 Lives formation gathered a large amount of unprecedented power. It was released at this moment. The power of wind, fire, water, earth, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees and so on erupted, instantly drowning the heavenly imp and the demonic imp. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions bombarded the heavenly imp and the demonic imp. Buzz. On the celestial demon heavenly star, a large amount of land and mountains collapsed. The heavenly imp and the others were completely submerged in the endless dust. Long Chen didn't chase after them because he knew that the demonic imp's divine body was quite strong. The 14 Lives formation alone couldn't hurt it. Moreover, the demonic imp's strongest form was about to arrive. It wasn't without reason that the demonic imp could stand at the 18th position on the God King list and hadn't been eliminated for so many years. The birth of the heavenly imp was the real demonic imp. Long Chen transformed into a human and rushed up to the clouds. He looked down at the endless dust and waited for the demonic imp to appear. If nothing went wrong, the demonic imp should have successfully fused. The two merged into one. The tens of thousands of God Kings outside held their breath. Although Long Chen had suppressed the demonic imp and made it suffer, the God Kings were still worried about Long Chen. Especially those who knew about the demonic imp, they had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the demonic imp was after the two fused. If Long Chen can withstand the attack of the demonic imp, he can be considered a character. The demonic imp's heavenly imp form can even fight against a real divine emperor for a short period of time. It seems that he hasn't shown this power for many years. Just the aura alone is scary enough. To be honest, none of the top 10 God Kings on the God King list came to watch the battle. Therefore, among the tens of thousands of God Kings present, only a few were ranked above the demonic imp. Only a few God Kings had a certain degree of confidence in suppressing the demonic imp. The other God Kings were amazed and admitted defeat. At the same time, in their eyes, Long Chen's first challenge on the King God list was indeed impulsive. It's time to reveal the victor. The heavenly demon mandrill revealed its body amidst the thick clouds and mist, displaying its shocking power. The first thing Long Chen saw were the 6 eyes on its wide face. There were 3 rows in total, from top to bottom. His 6 eyes were all scarlet red. The heavenly demon imp fused with the heavenly demon imp. The originally white heavenly demon imp had already turned black and blood red. Not only did it have a monstrous baleful aura, but it also had blood chi, devil chi, and many other negative energies. Darkness, corrosion, cold, slaughter, and so on gathered around it, making the heavenly demon imp terrifying. Boom boom boom. The heavenly devil imp's thick feet stepped on the ground of the divine demon heavenly star. Every time it stepped, the ground would crack, and the earth would tremble. Roar. With a roar, the wind and clouds changed, and all the smoke and dust were blown away. The heavenly demon imp finally appeared in front of Long Chen. This giant beast was violent, and its body was surging with power, surpassing the sum of the heavenly demon imp and the demonic imp. In front of Long Chen, it was as terrifying as a real emperor god. The moment he saw the heavenly demon imp, Long Chen knew that he was far weaker than it in terms of power. If he fought to the death, he would definitely not be its opponent. If there was no miracle, he would definitely lose. In the distance, Xueqi asked in astonishment, "Brother Wolf, that boss won't be defeated, right?" She could see it too. Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said calmly, "He still has one move that he has been suppressing for a long time." "What is it?" Xueqi was instantly curious. But at this time, the heavenly demon imp exploded. "Yang Chen, what a pity. I said I wouldn't kill you. This feeling of having to suppress myself so that I won't kill you is really uncomfortable. But I'm sorry, the primeval chaos scripture is still mine. I hope you can challenge me again after this defeat. When that time comes, I will be able to take your life." The heavenly demon imp laughed sharply. Its voice contained the rule of heaven's tears, and it pierced the seal of the divine demon heavenly star. "It's over." The heavenly demon imp moved forward like a ghost. "Who said it's over?" Long Chen stared at the 6 eyes of the heavenly demon imp. This was the most terrifying part of the heavenly demon imp. When the 6 eyes lit up, the deity kings trembled in fear. They wanted to warn Long Chen to be careful, but they could not even speak. They deeply understood how terrifying the heavenly demon imp was. After the heavenly demon imp laughed, its surging divine power gathered, and when it reached its peak, it instantly exploded. Ancestral demon ancient eye. It was a rule. In front of Long Chen, the 6 eyes actually changed and arranged into a circle. Then, the circle began to shrink. In a short moment, the 6 eyes actually fused, and became a huge eye that occupied half of the face. It was a blood-red eye, like a huge blood-red planet. There were rolling waves of blood on it, and there seemed to be endless resentful spirits in the waves, wailing mournfully. Danger. This law was similar to Heart Fiend, but it was countless times stronger than Heart Fiend. From the beginning, Long Chen felt a fatal sense of danger. He also heard many godly monarchs exclaim, "The ancestral demon ancient eye has appeared. Yang Chen is finished." Fortunately, he used the primeval chaos scripture as a bet. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead this time. I have to say, this battle is really exciting. Under the ancestral demon ancient eye, Long Chen was completely sealed in a blood-red space. The eye of the heavenly demon imp in front of him was the core of the world. It was a strange eye, and Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure, which made him unable to move, and he felt like he had lost all his strength. Submit, kneel, and admit defeat. The heavenly demon imp's sinister and proud laughter echoed in the surroundings. This guy is really disgusting. Long Chen did not expect that he would be forced to this step. To be honest, putting Yang Lingqing in danger had already touched Long Chen's reverse scale. Now that they had reached this stage, it was really a battle of life and death. Of course, for the sake of the primeval chaos scripture, the other party would not kill him for the time being. The ancestral demon ancient eye was still suppressing, and this force had just begun to erupt. If Long Chen did not resist, he would definitely be squeezed into powder and ashes. The blood-red world in front of him was shrinking, and it would soon crush Long Chen's body. "When you can't hold on any longer, just tell me, and I'll take it as you admit defeat," Mo Yushi said confidently. "Who said I'm going to admit defeat?" Long Chen raised his head and looked at the huge eye of the heavenly demon imp. When the two looked at each other, the heavenly demon imp was stunned. It did not understand why Long Chen would not submit to it at this time. Was he really not afraid of death? If not for the primeval chaos scripture, the heavenly demon imp would definitely not be polite at this time. "Kneel!" The heavenly demon imp shouted coldly. The pressure was overwhelming. The godly monarchs were in a panic, worried that Long Chen would die just like that. At this moment, they saw a sword and a pagoda appear in Long Chen's hands. The divine sword and demon pagoda. In his left hand was the demon-subduing pagoda, and in his right was the god-slaying sword. The bronze demon-subduing pagoda exuded boundless divine might, and the god-slaying sword, which was a blend of blood and black, was similar to the heavenly demon imp, but more ferocious and ferocious. This huge sword was stained with blood, and it matched well with Long Chen, who was covered in blood-red dragon scales. 2 Primeval Chaos Divine Artifacts. 6th grade. When it first appeared, no one recognized what it was. They had seen Long Chen's Lingsu dual swords before, and felt that it was slightly different. But when the heavenly demon imp's ancestral demon Ancient Eye was at its peak, Long Chen smiled coldly, and with the god-slaying sword in hand, he slashed with the primeval chaos divine artifact. Suddenly, a violent sword chi shot out, carrying the power of heavenly punishment, and tore the blood-red space created by the ancestral demon Ancient Eye. Rumble! Long Chen rushed out of the blood-red space with the divine sword and demon pagoda in hand. The scene changed so quickly that no one could react. What is this? The heavenly demon imp let out an earth-shattering cry. To be honest, if not for the fact that it was too strong, Long Chen was not prepared to expose the divine sword and demon pagoda so quickly. After all, it would be troublesome. But now there was no other way. A primeval chaos divine artifact, and a set at that. How strong was it? Long Chen truly understood it the first time he used it. With one sword, he tore the ancestral demon Ancient Eye, and the power of heavenly punishment forced the heavenly demon imp to retreat. It staggered and almost fell to the ground. This change immediately stunned everyone. The entire god-fiend battlefield was silent. What is this? The heavenly demon imp screamed in shock again. Its ancestral demon Ancient Eye had been completely destroyed, and at this moment, Long Chen, with the divine sword and demon pagoda in hand, had already descended on its head. Demon Subduing Tower, go! He twirled his left hand. The demon subduing tower grew larger and soared into the sky. Finally, it stood on the heavenly demon imp's head. The bronze body of the tower burst out with a strong light, and the army of 100,000 divine spirits appeared one after another, releasing the power of suppression. Bronze bells rang on every level, and the sound penetrated the seal of the god-fiend heavenly star and rang throughout the entire god-fiend battlefield. Demon Subduing Bell, Demon Subduing Tower, 100,000 divine spirit sword. This is the divine sword and demon pagoda. Finally, someone recognized the creation divine artifact of Great Emperor Dong Hua. They were all primeval chaos divine artifacts. It was rather rare for a god monarch to possess two chaos essence grade creation divine artifacts. Demon Subduing Tower. The heavenly demon imp let out a heart-wrenching scream. It also recognized it, but it was too late. At this moment, the demon subduing tower was above its head, and the suppressive power of a primeval chaos divine artifact was suppressing its body. Such power was what made it unable to move. Chapter 2854. The consumption of the divine sword Devil Pagoda was naturally terrifying. With Long Chen's own strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Luckily, he had the wish power of living beings, which allowed him to hold on for a bit longer. This divine sword demon pagoda was his last hope of defeating his opponent. His weakness was in the aspect of divine power. Whether it was in terms of nature or quantity, he was inferior to his opponent. It was just that his laws were tyrannical. Now, with the help of this divine sword demon pagoda, if he did not finish off his opponent in one go, he would really lose the primeval chaos scripture. The universe origin scripture was a gift from the Dark Star Divine King. If he lost it, he would become a huge joke. Therefore, it was time to go all out. It had to be said that the appearance of the divine sword and demon pagoda had shocked almost everyone. The heavenly demonic imp was even more frightened. Previously, it had been complacent, but Long Chen had once again turned the tables. Now, the demon subduing pagoda had directly suppressed its body and sealed its power. Yang Chen, stop. When the heavenly demon imp saw Long Chen holding the giant god-slaying sword with both hands and charging at it with surging blood qi, its face turned pale with fright. It was utterly defeated and lost its will to fight. It begged shamelessly, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. But according to their bet, admitting defeat was useless. Even if the demon spirit admitted defeat, it would lose everything, including its life. Therefore, the Heaven Region Alliance would obviously judge the demon spirit's admission of defeat as invalid. However, Long Chen's admission of defeat was valid. As long as he admitted defeat, of course, he would have to hand over the primeval chaos scripture to his opponent. Putting aside how despicable his opponent was, Long Chen could not possibly stop at this point in time. Once he stopped, his strength would dissipate completely, and he would not be able to finish off his opponent. At that time, he would be the one to suffer. He could forgive the Sky Demon Imp, but the Sky Demon Imp had a great opportunity to do so, so it would definitely not forgive him. It's too late. Long Chen charged forward. The god-slaying sword consumed a lot of energy. Within the god-slaying sword, 100,000 demonic army roared and raised waves of blood mist, enveloping Long Chen. At this moment, it was as if Long Chen was possessed by the blood mist as he charged towards the gigantic heavenly demonic mandrill. The demon-suppressing pagoda was suppressing it, and the heavenly demon mantis was unable to move. No! Amidst the desperate cries of the heavenly demon mantis, under the dazed gazes of tens of thousands of god kings, Long Chen brandished the blood-colored god-slaying sword, and with the power of heavenly punishment, he chopped the heavenly demon imp into pieces. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, and the heavenly demon imp's cries of remorse filled the air. However, all the god kings understood that he could not blame anyone else for this. He had brought this upon himself, and the bet was also set by him. If he wanted to seize the primordial chaos scripture, he knew that he would have to bear the consequences. The heavenly demon mantis was still alive. However, even if it did not die, it would not be able to escape under the suppression of the demon-subduing pagoda. At this time, Long Chen first put away the god-slaying sword and transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon, wrapping up all the flesh and blood of the heavenly demon mandrill. A demonic immortal and a heavenly immortal. This was a rare opportunity for blood devour. The primordial blood spirit dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the demonic imps and heavenly imps. Blood mist filled the air, but none of them could escape. The screams that the immortal kings could hear became softer and softer. It was not until the heavenly demonic imp completely disappeared that Long Chen put away the demon-subduing tower. It sure took a lot of effort. However, Long Chen had profited from this disaster. After the victory, the demonic imp and heavenly imp had allowed him to successfully break through his shackles and reach final divine lord. In terms of cultivation, he was finally approaching God King. He could now catch up to other final God Kings, albeit barely. With the primordial chaos scripture, as long as I cultivate it properly, I'll be able to possess the power of chaotic prime very soon. And the power of the primordial chaos scripture has no elemental attribute, so anyone can cultivate it. If Xiao Lang and the others can control it, they can cultivate it too. The primordial chaos scripture is really good stuff. The divine sword, demon tower, and primordial chaos scripture. Long Chen had to thank the Dark Star Divine Emperor and his two friends. If it were not for the East Flower Emperor's divine sword, Long Chen would not have been able to emerge victorious today. He had still underestimated the demonic imp. But at the very least he had won. Only then did the dust from the countless explosions settle down slowly. Only after the battle had ended did everything return to peace. However, no one could forget the appearance of the divine sword and demon tower earlier. The God Kings had seen it too. Long Chen's strength had skyrocketed once again. Probably this time, even without the divine sword and demon tower, he could defeat the heavenly demon imp. They did not know about the existence of the bloodsucker. They only treated it as Long Chen's improvement in battle. In their eyes, Long Chen was a step closer to becoming a God King. He had succeeded in his challenge. From today onwards, he, Long Chen, was ranked 18th on the God King ranking. This battle had been rather fascinating and rather explosive. Even now, the God Kings had yet to return to their senses. Long Chen's performance was absolutely stunning. The wonders of the laws, coupled with the divine sword and demon tower, and the power of chaotic prime in the future, made up for his shortcomings. Everyone thought about it. The top 10 of the God King ranking that had remained unchanged for millions of years were probably going to change soon. Long Chen also understood that cultivating to the primordial chaos level was an urgent matter. Otherwise, he would always be weaker than others in terms of God Spirit Source energy. Silence was about to end. The God Fiend Heavenly Star closed. 2 people entered, and Long Chen emerged alone. The heavenly demon imp had already been reduced to ashes. Under the gazes of several tens of thousands of God Kings, he arrived before them. Compared to Long Chen's victory, what shocked them even more right now was why the divine sword and demon tower were with Long Chen. He possessed a chaotic prime fortune god artifact and the chaotic prime infinite divine technique. He was so heaven-defying. The death of Emperor Donghua was a major incident that had happened recently. The Dark Star Divine Emperor had to step forward now. Sure enough, he appeared beside Long Chen. Only then did the restless hearts of the God Kings settle down. Everyone shifted their gazes from Long Chen to the Dark Star Divine Emperor. I hereby announce that Yang Chen has successfully challenged the God King ranking. From today onwards, the top 18 floors of the God King ranking are his territory. The Dark Star Divine Emperor patted Long Chen's shoulder. This went without saying. Yang Chen's name was destined to shake up the entire world. The god-fiend Buzhou Mountain was connected to the information of the entire world. Many people would learn about this place. The death of the demon imp would spread too. The divine sword and demon tower would spread too. Everyone must be very curious about the divine sword and demon tower. The truth is, the person before you is the successor of Emperor Donghua. Before Emperor Donghua passed away, he passed the divine sword and demon tower to Yang Chen. I'm Donghua's good friend. So Donghua's disciple is my disciple. So, don't let me find out who's eyeing the divine sword and demon tower. Do you understand? The Dark Star Divine Emperor had stepped forward to explain and let everyone know, which was basically showing respect to the God Kings. There was nothing for the God Kings to be confused about. They also finally understood the relationship between Long Chen and the Dark Star Divine Emperor. In any case, from today onwards, this Long Chen would truly be someone they could not afford to offend. At the same time, I've passed on the Primordial Chaos Taoist Emperor's primordial scripture to him. You can basically say that he has inherited the Primordial Chaos Taoist Emperor's legacy. The Dark Star Divine Emperor said this to Long Chen. He had always been searching for a person worthy of him passing on the Primordial Chaos Taoist Emperor's Primordial Chaos Scripture. He also hoped that Long Chen could bring this Primordial Chaos Scripture to greater heights. Emperor Donghua, the Primordial Chaos Taoist Emperor, and the God Kings understood even better that Long Chen could definitely overwhelm the demon imp. The demon imp's provocation had already been destined to die a long time ago. It was just a pity that he did not know about this before. The battlefield of gods and demons is a place to surpass your limits and break through your limits. I hope everyone can focus more on cultivation and growth, and spend less time thinking about things other than battle. If I find out about this, I'll definitely punish you heavily. The Dark Star Divine Emperor had also used the opportunity of Long Chen to gather tens of thousands of God Kings to deter them and reform the atmosphere in the battlefield of gods and demons. None of the God Kings were stupid when they heard that. They obviously knew what they had to do. At the very least, feigning defeat and approaching their opponent would probably not happen again in the next several tens of thousands of years. Then you're dismissed. The Dark Star Divine Emperor said nothing more. With that, he directly left. There were passageways to return to their respective floors here, so the tens of thousands of God Kings could leave by themselves. Brother Yang Chen, we'll be taking our leave first. Now that he was already a member of the God King ranking, the other experts on the God King ranking all bid farewell to him before leaving. Actually, the 100 floors of the battlefield of gods and demons were relatively free. As long as the floor lord agreed, they could enter any floor they wanted. As the tens of thousands of God Kings sighed emotionally and envied Long Chen, they all returned silently. Mo Xiaolang and the others remained here. The older they became, the fewer people there were. Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others gathered together. Boss, you're truly awesome. You found yourself another powerful backer. Kitten called out suddenly. Long Chen glanced at the three girls, especially Yang Lingqing. He said, next time you run into something, no matter what the reason is, you have to tell me first. I won't help you if it's something small, but if something big happens, you can't act recklessly. Brother, I know. Don't be so fierce. Yang Lingqing smiled sweetly, such that Long Chen could not even teach her a lesson. At a closer glance, they had benefited tremendously too. Mo Xiaolang had become a great perfection God King. With his capabilities, he could basically make it onto the God King ranking. After devouring Silver Moon, Xueqi had recovered quite a lot as well. She was almost able to become a final God King and recover her cultivation to perfection. Let's keep it up. I plan on cultivating to Chaotic Prime first before making it onto the God King ranking. I plan on making it to first place, or even gaining the power to contend against Divine Emperors. We still have to deal with the 8 Divine Emperors of the Eternal God race ourselves. There was not much time, but there was still a lot of hope. After today's battle, Long Chen was also very confident in himself. Brother, we can all help too. The battlefield of gods and demons is indeed a good place to train. Later, we will return to our respective floors and continue making progress, Mo Xiaolang said with a nod. I want to challenge the God King ranking too, Xueqi said proudly, clenching her fists. They were all working hard. It felt good to have everyone fighting together. Lingxi was also happy for them, but her task was to nurse her body and let her child be born safely. Yang Chen. Suddenly, someone called out from behind. Chapter 28:55. Although the voice sounded like Li Xuanji's, Long Chen knew that if she was here, he would have noticed her long ago, so it was impossible. He turned around and saw a cold beauty standing in front of him. She was dressed in a black silk dress that was simple and clean. Her hair was tied up, and there was a black flower on the left side of her hair. It was very eye-catching. This was a quiet and pleasant woman. Her body emitted a black yin qi, and ordinary god kings didn't dare to get close to her. She was very powerful, but she did not make Long Chen feel threatened, because she was not hostile to Long Chen at all. Seeing Long Chen turn around, she bowed to Long Chen and said with a gentle smile, "My name is Ling Luo. The reason why I came to you is that I will be your next target." This feeling was too similar to that of Li Xuanji. Long Chen could not help but stare at her blankly. With her strength, realm and what she said, it was obvious that she was on the God King list, and her ranking should be higher than that of the demonic mantis. She wasn't used to Long Chen's passionate gaze. She said, however, "I'm different from the demonic mantis. I'm here to become a divine emperor. I have no grudges, and it's not a matter of life and death. If you fight with me, there won't be any bets. Don't worry if you're ready, come find me." After saying that, she nodded to Long Chen and turned to leave. Long Chen looked at her back as she left. From her graceful back, he could see that they were even more alike. What did she mean? Long Chen did not understand. At this time, he saw Old Pig not far away. Long Chen wanted to approach him but did not dare to, so Long Chen waved to him. "That, brother, you still know me?" Old Pig came up to him in fear and trepidation. What he meant was that because Long Chen's performance was too outstanding, he felt that his status was too low, so he did not dare to approach Long Chen. "You still owe me a life. How could I forget you?" Long Chen knew what he meant. He made a joke and then asked, "Now I have to ask you for help. I want to ask, who is this woman called Ling Luo?" Old Pig looked at Ling Luo's exquisite back and was very infatuated. He murmured, "So it's her. She is a rare good person in the entire god and demon battlefield." Everyone gathered around her. They were very curious about Ling Luo. "Tell me in detail," Long Chen instructed. Old Pig nodded and said, "Ling Luo, to put it simply, she doesn't have a heart and has never harmed anyone. She has been in the battlefield of gods and demons for a long time, even longer than me. Look at the God King list. Don't you remember her name?" Back then, Long Chen only took a glance. Now that he thought about it carefully, he did seem to have seen it before. He recalled and said, "Is it the 11th on the Divine King list?" "Yes," Old Pig said. It was said that among the spectators today, the top 10 of the God King list were not present. The top 10 of the God King list had always been treated with special respect, as if they were in another realm. Since Ling Luo was the 11th on the God King list, it meant that Ling Luo was the strongest among all the experts on the God King list. Why did she say that I would definitely challenge her? Long Chen asked curiously. Old Pig thought about it and said, "Oh, I understand. This must be related to the challenge rules of the King God list. In fact, it is not only the lower ranks that can challenge the upper ranks once a month. In the King God list, in order to get a better ranking, you can also challenge the King God list. It seems that every month, everyone has 2 chances to challenge a King God that is higher than them, but there is a limit." "How do you limit it?" Long Chen asked. Old Pig said, "For example, from the 91st to the 100th, these 10 people form a group. If the 100th God King wants to challenge, he can't directly challenge the first on the God King list, nor can he challenge the 89th or 99th. He can at most challenge the strongest in the group, which is the 91st. Only by becoming the strongest in the group can he challenge the next group. For example, as long as he becomes the 91st, he will have the chance to challenge the 91st or even the 81st. In other words, the God King list was divided into 10 groups. Only by becoming the strongest in the group could one challenge the next group. In addition, the results of challenges within the God King list are also different. If the lower level directly challenges the God King list, the defeated God King will drop to the first level. However, the challenge within the God King list won't happen. For example, if the 100th God King challenges the 91st God King, if the 100th God King wins, he will become the 91st God King. The original 91st God King will drop one rank to the 92nd. Long Chen understood. The rules for challenges within the God King list were different. If one was defeated by an external challenge, he would drop out of the God King list. If one was defeated by an internal challenge, he would drop one rank. He said, in other words, if I want to challenge the top 10 of the God King list, I have to challenge the strongest in the group, Ling Luo. I have to become the 11th on the God King list to have the chance, right? Old Pig nodded and said, that's right. So I guess that's why Ling Luo said that the next person you will challenge will be her. So she wasn't baffled. Long Chen thought, it seems that if I want to become the first on the God King list, I only need to challenge Ling Luo first, and then challenge the first on the God King list. Just as he thought of this, Old Pig said, actually, from the 11th to the 100th, the rules are the same. But the rules for the top 10 don't change. In the top 10, if you want to advance, you can only challenge the existence one rank higher than you. For example, if the 10th wants to become the 8th, he can only challenge the 9th. Only by continuously defeating the 9th and 8th can he become the 8th. If you become the 11th, in order to enter the top 10, you can only challenge the 10th. For example, Ling Luo often challenges the 10th, but she has never passed. Long Chen couldn't help feeling depressed. He said, in other words, if I want to become the first on the God King list, I have to fight a dozen battles and kill all the top 10 on the God King list. Those were the 10 strongest God Kings in the myriad worlds. If he had to fight them one by one, Long Chen would feel some pressure. When he said this, Old Pig was stunned. He covered his face with his fat hands and said in astonishment, brother? You really came here to become the first on the God King list? This is too shocking. I can only support you. If you can succeed, you will create the ultimate legend of the battlefield of gods and demons. Then you will shock the myriad worlds. Looking at his expression, Long Chen knew what he meant. Is it difficult? Defeating the top 10 in a row is much more difficult than challenging Ling Luo. Goddess Ling Luo has challenged the top 10 for so long, but she still hasn't entered the top 10. Every one of the top 10 is much stronger than the demonic mandrill. They are experts who can rival immortal emperors, and they all have the same treasures as you, especially the top 3. He didn't directly say it was impossible because he didn't want to dampen Long Chen's enthusiasm. Let's talk about this later. Long Chen smiled. To be honest, he was a little excited. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. Today, when he fought with the demonic mantis, he saw the power of the God King list. Ling Luo would obviously be stronger, and the top 10 would be even more terrifying. It would be difficult for Long Chen to have an advantage over them. But it was precisely so that it was a challenge. Only by defeating 10 people in a row could one win first place. That was a battle and surpassing one's limits. Together with Ling Luo, they would be able to defeat the 10 strongest God Kings in the myriad worlds. If he succeeded, at that time, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the God King realm. It would not be a problem for him to comprehend a new set of rules. In fact, it would not be a problem for him to defeat the eternal God Emperor. Most importantly, Li Xuanji needed Long Chen to have the battle prowess of a God Emperor. The key to everything was to challenge the top 10 of the God King list. His goal was already quite clear. The God Kings had already defeated the demonic mantis, and that was Long Chen's biggest legend. Ling Luo knew that Long Chen must have come to challenge the top 10 of the God King list. Therefore, she said a few words to Long Chen. Then his first opponent would be Ling Luo. Now that he had reached the ultimate divine emperor realm and had the primeval chaos scripture, if Long Chen could master it and make up for his weaknesses, he would be much stronger than when he was fighting the demonic mantis. He asked, "Are you familiar with this Ling Luo?" First, he had to understand his opponent. Old Pig shook his head and said, "She is very mysterious. I know her well, but I know that she comes from a very terrifying world in the Heaven Alliance. There are many god emperors in that world. It is said that there are Tai immortal realm and supreme deities. It is a 7th grade eternal realm world. In the entire northern star region, this eternal realm world is very famous. An eternal realm world is much stronger than a primordial chaos realm world. An eternal realm world can crush dozens of primordial chaos realm worlds. The dragon sacrificial continent was not even a grade. The Builder Tree was only a order-grade world. The God's sacrificial great world could barely be considered a primordial chaos realm. As for the eternal realm, there were even supreme deities. That was indeed very powerful. Those who could come from such a world were indeed not ordinary people. What is the name of this world? Long Chen asked in surprise. Old Pig thought for a while and said, I think it is called the Nine-Een Ancestor Realm. Long Chen understood. In this myriad world, anything that was related to the word ancestor was not simple. For example, the mysterious ancestral planet. For example, the ancestral dragon, ancestral flame. The Nine-Een Ancestor Realm was an eternal realm world. The Nine-Een Ancestor Realm is actually relatively close to God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain. It is the largest world around God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain. It is as big as God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain, and is said to have hundreds of trillions of living beings. Just the number of living beings alone was 100 times that of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, 50 times that of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, and more than 10 times that of the Builder Tree. Is there any other information about this Ling Luo? Long Chen asked. Old Pig waved his hand and said, Brother, it is already not bad that we were able to obtain this information from below the God-Fiend battlefield. This Ling Luo appears and disappears unpredictably. How can we see her battles? Anyway, I did not see a single one. Even so, Long Chen still had to prepare for the next battle. The 5th chapter. He still owed everyone a total of 1 chapter. He would probably come out at night. A total of 16 chapters in 3 days. Frenzy could be said to have risked his life. Now that he felt better, he could have a good sleep. If the brothers and sisters were happy reading it, they could vote for a few monthly tickets. They could vote for 500 VIP tickets in one go for a month and so on. Chapter 2856. The immortal kings of the 18th floor had all returned. The place became empty again. The demon mandrill had disappeared, and the 18th floor had a new master, Long Chen. Big brother will be leaving too. Mo Xiaolang and the 3 of them did not intend to stay here, but to continue their ascent. Mo Xiaolang, for example, had made new improvements and rules. He could try to rush to the 100th floor, which would be very beneficial for him to integrate the various rules. Yang Lingqing and the others also needed to temper themselves. Big brother, I'm leaving too. Yang Lingqing blinked her eyes and went down with Su Yan and the others. Over the past 10 years, they had formed a deep friendship, and they were all friends who were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. After they left, only Long Chen was left. Of course, there were also the trillions of living beings in the theocracy. More and more true dragons. Even the dragon emperors had reached the immortal king realm, and were still growing. Long Chen was prepared to deal with the Origin Dragon Palace when he truly had the power to fight against the immortal emperors of the eternal celestial tribe. Time was of the essence, and he had to cultivate the primordial chaos scripture. The passages leading from the 18th floor to the 100th floor had all been closed. Long Chen was the only one left in the vast celestial demon battlefield, so his cultivation grounds were naturally everywhere. Long Chen landed on the celestial demon celestial star, putting aside the matters of Li Xuanji, Ling Luo, and the eternal celestial emperors, and focusing all his energy on the primordial chaos scripture. What he lacked most now was the nature of power. With the power of the primordial chaos scripture, I can suppress my opponents in terms of divine origin power. The primordial chaos scripture is pure, primitive, and has no nature itself, but it can dig out the characteristics of my bloodline. I have the 5 natures of slaughter, time, fate, karma, and life. So the primordial chaos divine power created by the primordial chaos scripture also has these natures, and is superior to my primordial divine dragon tribulation origin power. This way, even the divine origin power would be fused with the nature of the ancestral dragon, making it stronger and more ferocious. This was the value of the primordial chaos scripture. The more tyrannical a martial artist's bloodline was, the more terrifying the effects of the primordial scripture would be. Long Chen just happened to find the boundless divine art that suited him the most. Obviously, the Dark Star Divine Emperor had noticed this too, which was why he gave the primordial Taoist Emperor's primordial scripture to him. Now, he wanted to completely convert the primal divine dragon heavenly tribulation origin energy into chaos divine energy. His chaos divine energy would have the characteristics of the 5 ancestral dragons. If Mo Xiaolang were to cultivate the primal chaos scripture, His primal chaos divine energy would have two attributes: fire and devouring. Long Chen held the jade slip in his hand and concentrated on comprehending it. With his talent, he would soon be able to penetrate the world within the jade slip. That was a chaotic world, heaven and earth not opened, everything hazy. I am the primordial chaos Tao Emperor. Since you have inherited the primordial chaos scripture, you must pass it down and bring it to greater heights. A thunderous voice rang in Long Chen's ears, then quickly faded away. Yes. The world of chaos recorded the mysteries of the primordial chaos scripture. Long Chen devoted himself to it. Although it had been a very long time since he had practiced the infinite divine technique, he had already inherited the essence blood of the 5 ancestral dragons. His talent was extraordinary, so the mere primordial chaos scripture was nothing to him. The speed at which he cultivated the primordial chaos scripture would definitely surpass everyone's imaginations. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Apart from focusing on cultivating to chaotic prime, Long Chen would occasionally chat with Lingxi. What kind of existence do you think Xueqi is on Buzhou Mountain? Long Chen asked. Lingxi pursed her lips and smiled. She should be someone important, someone crucial. I have a feeling that you might be able to meet her very soon. Since I can only approach her with the strength of a divine emperor, she might be on the battlefield of emperor demons and gods, Long Chen guessed. Your cultivation speed is unparalleled. It's impossible for her to surpass you. I feel that she is indeed facing many difficulties now and needs your help. Chen, you have to help her as soon as possible. Long Chen smiled. Little she, aren't you jealous that I miss her? Lingxi glared at him. Of course I am. But if it's Sister Xueqi, it's all right. I'm more concerned about her safety. She's our friend. It's not right to let her wander around alone. She was still so kind and considerate. No matter what, she would always put Long Chen's thoughts first. She rarely had her own requests. In a few years, in less than 10 years, I'm afraid I'll be a father. Long Chen caressed her smooth abdomen, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. This was the first life he had created, and it was his and Lingxi's everything. He could see that this little life was already gradually growing up. Why don't you give her a yen character and name her Long Yen? There's an ancient saying that Long Yen is furious. Be careful of your daughter. Her temper is just like little Zhu Xi's. When the time comes, we'll have a headache, Lingxi said with a giggle. Ah, please don't. Long Chen was most afraid of having a girl who would jump up and down in the future. Of course, this little life seemed to be quite peaceful now. You're the most beautiful treasure that the heavens have given me. I have to protect you and your mother. Both of you are more important than my life. Speaking of this, Long Chen thought of the time when he was in the deity king of hell. That time was really dangerous. Therefore, before Long Yen was born, Long Chen planned to not let Lingxi be in any danger. Lingxi shook her head and said, Everything is fate. Just leave it to fate. You have a heavy responsibility and naturally know what's most important. You don't have to worry about protecting us. We can protect you too. If not, we'll watch in the future. Also, other than Sister Xueqi, you're not allowed to have anything to do with any other woman. Good. Your words are my creed. Long Chen. She allowed him to rescue Li Xueqi. Long Chen felt much better. He didn't want to mistreat Lingxi at any time. He wouldn't forget that it was she who used her youth and life to accompany him. She was the person he couldn't let down the most. Time passed again. After another month, Long Chen's primordial chaos scripture reached the large success stage. He sat on the celestial demon heavenly star, his power surging. The large success stage of primordial chaos divine power had a total of 5 attributes, and he could even change between the 5 attributes. If Long Chen used the slaughter law alone, the primordial chaos divine power would transform into the color of blood. If he used the life law, there would be 15 colors revolving around it. Sometimes cold and cruel, sometimes just and strict, sometimes boundless vitality, sometimes mysterious and ethereal. The nature of this primordial chaos divine power was very high, far surpassing Long Chen's previous strength. After mastering the primordial chaos divine power, his shortcoming in divine spirit source energy could be considered to be completely made up for. The current him, compared to before, his strength had increased once again. Now that he was in control of the divine sword Devil Pagoda, It was no longer as far-fetched as before. The 5 attributes of primordial chaos divine power surged, transforming into countless palms that covered the entire celestial demon heavenly star. Under the vast power of Long Chen, the entire celestial demon heavenly star trembled under his divine might. Ha! With a shout, light rippled out, and the entire level of the god-fiend battlefield trembled. Boundless primordial chaos divine power condensed into thousands of mystical dragons that flew around Long Chen. With his new improvement, he had the confidence to challenge even higher levels, Ling Luo and the top 10 of the God King board. Success! The primordial chaos scripture condensed back into a jade slip and landed in Long Chen's hands. He was in no hurry to challenge Ling Luo, but thought, Dark Star and Primordial Chaos Tao Emperor did not say if this primordial chaos scripture could be passed down to others. Primordial Chaos Tao Emperor also allowed me to pass it down. Xiao Lang is definitely a qualified successor. I'll let Xiao Lang try for now. Thinking of this, he left the empty 18th level. Currently, Lingxi was recuperating in the God Nation, occasionally researching heavenly rules and spirit arts. Most of the time, she was communicating with her child. She looked like a pregnant woman now. After not seeing him for 2 months, Mo Xiaolang had actually made it to the 95th level. This meant that his strength was about the same as the devil fiend that Long Chen had defeated previously. The sky-devouring race was indeed the sky-devouring race. If there were more suitable opponents to devour, Mo Xiaolang would definitely be limitless. Big brother. He was excited. The battles had made him tense up. I'll let you try the primordial chaos scripture. Long Chen passed the jade slip to him. You've already succeeded. It's fine. Mo Xiaolang asked in surprise. Yep, I've succeeded. Of course it's fine. Long Chen smiled. Through the connection between the God Palace and Xueqi, he saw that Xueqi had already made it to the 70th level. That was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Yang Lingqing and Xueqi were currently on the 65th level together. This was basically their limit, but they still had a lot of room for improvement. It was very easy for Yang Lingqing to reach Final God King, and it was very easy for Xueqi to recover too. Just when he passed the jade slip to Mo Xiaolang, there was another great disturbance in the battlefield of gods and demons. Someone should be attacking the battlefield of gods and demons from outside. Long Chen's expression changed. It's probably the 8 divine kings of the eternal god race. They've heard news about me again. As soon as he thought that, the Dark Star God King's voice rang out. The divine kings of the eternal god race have returned. They've heard about your battle with the demon imp. It's really you. Don't worry, I can stop them for you this time. However, we're both from the Heaven Region Alliance, so they'll probably report it to the higher-ups. If the higher-ups side with them, I won't be able to protect you. By then, you might have to leave the battlefield of gods and demons. Thank you, Senior. Long Chen obviously understood this. There were times when the Dark Star God King was helpless too. After all, there were 8 divine kings, and they were all from the Heaven Region Alliance. Right now, the Dark Star God King should be blocking the way below. Long Chen said, "Stay here. I'll go down and take a look." With that said, he went straight down from the 95th level. There were already many people surrounding the entrance of the God Fiend battlefield on the 1st level. The moment Long Chen walked down, almost all the godly monarchs cast their gazes on him. "Yang Chen, there's a divine king outside who wants to kill you for revenge. It's best if you don't come out." Old Pig ran over and said nervously. From how worried he was, he really cared about Long Chen. "It's fine." Long Chen emerged from the crowd. Sure enough, he saw the 8 divine kings of the eternal god race, as well as the Dark Star God King. With that, the madman no longer owed any updates. Chapter 2857. They were 8 divine kings with identical appearances. It was impossible to tell their genders apart, and every single divine king was basically equally powerful. Compared to the Dark Star Divine King who kept a low profile and kept a low profile, the 8 divine kings were extremely powerful. Their divine might was tremendous, giving the God Kings tremendous pressure. As a result, all the God Kings only dared to watch from afar, afraid to approach them. The God realm of absolute beginning was the realm of cultivation that all the God Kings on the King tier battlefield yearned for. It was their lifelong dream, their only wish when they came to the god realm of absolute beginning. As a result, when they saw the 8 divine kings, they all felt deep reverence towards them. However, Long Chen was different. The 8 divine kings were his targets of challenge, but he still needed some time. When he appeared, the 8 divine kings all focused their scorching gazes on him. This was a mental assault, making Long Chen feel like he was standing before 8 giants. This was a deep sense of reverence. Of course, this was all created by the 8 divine kings. Long Chen. The 8 divine kings basically spoke up at the same time, calling out Long Chen's name. In order to chase after Long Chen, they had circled around the fiend god Buzhou mountain for half a day. To think that Long Chen would be in the fiend god Buzhou mountain. Long Chen. The god kings all knew that Long Chen's name should be Yang Chen. Long Chen said to the Dark Star Divine King, "Senior, it's exactly because they're looking for me that I changed my name to Yang Chen. Actually, my original name is Long Chen." Names were not important. The Dark Star Divine King did not care. He could tell that he was protecting Long Chen this time. When Long Chen appeared, he stood beside Long Chen and said, "The 8 of you, Long Chen is the only disciple of my brother, the Donghua Great Emperor, as well as the successor of my brother, the Primordial Tao Emperor. He's the successor of my 2 brothers, so no matter what reason you have, you can't touch a single hair on him before my eyes." Long Chen was currently in the battlefield of gods and demons. The 8 divine kings could not enter unless the Dark Star Divine King was willing to enter and drag Long Chen out. Let me tell you, we know him better than you do. He comes from a world that can't even be considered a dream-level world, and he's the only god there. It's only because he got lucky that he got to where he is today. 2 of our Eternal God clan's divine kings passed by his world, and they were killed by this brat. We came here from the sacrificial god Great World to avenge those 2 divine kings. You're joking, disciple of Great Emperor Donghua? You're just lucky enough to get the Fate Divine artifact that Great Emperor Donghua left behind after he was defeated in battle. The God Kings were extremely surprised when they heard that. They never thought a world that could not even be regarded as a fantasy world could produce someone like Long Chen. They found Long Chen to be a miracle. After hearing that, Long Chen could not help but laugh. He said, "The 8 of you sure are in a good mood. For the sake of avenging 2 God Kings, you've actually crossed such a vast region of stars and come looking for a nameless disciple like me. How flattering. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Do you need me to say it here?" Their intentions were obviously the eternal opal. They still had no idea that Di Jun had already descended on the dragon sacrificial continent and taken away the eternal opal. They had only come to capture Long Chen now because they wanted Long Chen to lead the way so that they could find the dragon sacrificial continent more easily. I'm not afraid to tell you that its master has taken away the eternal opal a long time ago. It said that its master is a final realm divine king. I wonder if the 8 of you can still steal the eternal opal from him. Upon hearing this, the 8 god emperors were dumbfounded. The eternal opal. The Dark Star Divine King was stunned too. He knew that was a 7th grade eternal opal, a chaotic treasure with tremendous effects. He never thought Long Chen, a mere god king, would actually recognize something like that. And it even involved a final realm divine king. Every single final realm divine king was a peak expert of the myriad worlds. They were existences that even he, the Dark Star Divine King, could only look up to. Has its master returned? The divine kings of the eternal god race looked at one another. As it seemed, they had come up empty-handed this time. They did not recognize the divine king, Di Jun. After all, the difference between the heavenly ritual region and the Taihao region was just too great. However, they never thought that the person in possession of the eternal opal would actually be a final realm divine king. They were not bold enough to touch the items of a final realm divine king. However, all of this was just Long Chen's one-sided statement. They were unable to trust him completely. They were also unwilling to divulge more information about the eternal opal in public. They were still determined to capture Long Chen. They could not possibly return with their tails between their legs. Even if they could not take away the eternal opal, they still had to avenge Shenyang and Shen Qiong. Only then would they not lose face. As a result, the 8 divine kings were united once again. They glanced at one another and secretly approached the Dark Star Divine King. The one at the very front said, "No matter what, Long Chen has killed a god king of our god sacrifice great world, so he's basically killed a member of our Heaven Region Alliance. Today, I want to avenge my God King. We're all members of the Heaven Region Alliance, so if the Dark Star Divine King stops us from avenging him, isn't that a little too much? The Dark Star Divine King made up his mind. Long Chen is fated with Donghua and Chaotic Prime. He can be considered a part of the Heaven Region Alliance, and he's even a God King from the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts. No matter the reason, I can't let you take him away. His words and actions were resolute, showing no respect to the 8 divine kings at all. He also completely cut off their intentions. The 8 divine kings were furious. Although they were primordial realm divine kings, there were a total of 8 of them. Now that the Dark Star Divine King was so disrespectful, if they fled with their tails between their legs, they would be utterly humiliated. God damn it. I didn't think Long Chen would be so lucky. He's obtained the Dark Star Divine King's protection as soon as he arrived on Mount Buzhou. And the Dark Star Divine King just happens to look down on our Eternal God clan, showing no respect at all. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. The 8 divine kings struggled to hold themselves back. They said furiously, Dark Star Divine King, we won't fight you because we're all members of the Heaven Region Alliance. Don't go overboard. Our Eternal God clan isn't pushovers. We all know who's going overboard today. You'll regret offending us for the sake of a measly figure in the future. To be honest, they did not really know the Dark Star Divine King. The Dark Star Divine King was renowned for his stubbornness. Why would he guard the king-level battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts? Actually, he had been punished here. The battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts was like his prison. As a result, he directly said, I've made up my mind. If you don't accept this, you're completely free to attack me. I'll keep you company to the very end. If you're too afraid, then don't say anything useless in front of me. Take care. You've gone too far. The 8 divine kings were furious, and the flames of battle began just like that. Seeing how the divine kings were about to erupt in battle, the spectating god kings were taken aback in a hurry. They all returned to the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts, leaving Long Chen alone at the entrance of the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts. He could not just leave. After all, the Dark Star Divine King was fighting for his sake. Boom! The Dark Star Divine King actually began fighting against 8 divine kings alone, and they were right next to the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts. Long Chen only felt his vision darken, and he could not see anything anymore. Fortunately, the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts was an eternal god artifact in the hands of a final divine king. The battle between the 9 divine kings was unable to affect this place. Boom! Boom! As they fought, they pulled away from each other. Long Chen raised his head. The sky was filled with resplendent stars. Suddenly, a colossal black star appeared, looming over the entire battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts. The colossal star was basically the size of the divine star of destiny, but it was even more terrifying. It possessed a terrifying weight. This should be the Dark Star of the Dark Star Divine King. It was a weapon he had refined. The battle continued. The great rumbles were just like the battle between the Donghua Great Emperor and the mysterious person in the past, kicking up powerful storms that swept through the surroundings and caused the black sand to churn. Everything was obscured. Last time, they were protected by the seal, but this time, if it were not for the protection of the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts, Long Chen probably would have been swept up as well. He could vaguely make out several streaks of white light around the Dark Star, but they were unable to stop the Dark Star Divine King. Although there were 8 of them, their cultivations were not as great as the Dark Star Divine Kings. Although the 8 of them worked together in a wondrous manner, they probably were still not the Dark Star Divine King's opponent. At the very least, they could not injure the Dark Star Divine King. As a result, Long Chen stopped worrying. A battle between Divine Kings sure is something I yearn for. I just wonder if I, Long Chen, can contend against a Divine King right now. The battle made Long Chen's blood boil with excitement. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a star-like meteor suddenly shot toward him from within the fierce white light in the sky. Looks like a Divine King has taken advantage of the battle to come down and directly capture me. The Dark Star Divine King was unable to stop him immediately. After all, they have far too many people. Long Chen thought about it and understood the whole story. Sure enough, an eternal Divine King had descended. Die! The androgynous Divine King was extremely vicious. He extended a hand and reached towards Long Chen, but in reality, Long Chen was standing at the entrance of the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts. The battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts suppressed this divine king. When he approached Long Chen, his speed plummeted, and he was greatly suppressed. As a divine king, he could only unleash very little of his strength. Actually, this was also the reason why Long Chen was bold enough to stand here. If he stood out, he might actually be killed by the divine king. Boom! The divine king still broke through the layers of suppression and charged towards Long Chen. The rules in his hand condensed into a white blade and stabbed at Long Chen's brow. Despite being suppressed to such an extent, his attack was still similar to the attack of the heavenly demonic mantis. Long Chen sneered. Suddenly, the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He held the heavy sword with both hands and leaped up to slash. The power of heavenly punishment burst out. Sword chi and rules of judgment charged at the same time. At this critical moment, the sword collided with the blade of the divine king. Bang! The divine king was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The power of heavenly punishment exploded in his body, causing him to be riddled with holes. In his body, the divine dragon kept tearing at him. Although the battlefield of the demonic and divine beasts firmly suppressed the divine king. Chapter 28:58. Of course, there was another reason why he could do this, which was the god-slaying sword guarded by the demon army of 100,000. As long as it was a god, the god-slaying sword could kill them. The combination of these factors allowed Long Chen to defeat the divine king in a single strike. To the god kings behind him, this was nothing short of a miracle. They watched in shock as the eternal god tribe's god emperor crawled out of the pool of blood. They also stared at Long Chen in disbelief. Back then, Shen Yang and Shen Qiong had only been primordial god kings. Long Chen had been the same back then, so they had always thought that Long Chen was around the primordial god king level. However, a primordial realm god king could knock back a divine king in a single strike. Had the world gone mad? Silence, shock, and disbelief. Even the divine kings fighting in the sky were stunned by Long Chen's attack. The Dark Star Divine King used this opportunity to knock them back, arriving before Long Chen immediately. He looked at Long Chen before looking at the Divine King that Long Chen had knocked back. He already had an idea. He could vaguely tell that Long Chen possessed unimaginably great potential. He had actually already successfully practiced the Chaos Scripture. This was the embodiment of talent, potential, and ability to comprehend. It meant that he was extremely compatible with the Chaos Scripture, which was why the Dark Star Divine King himself was actually extremely shocked. He just did not react as exaggeratedly as the God Kings. The other 7 Divine Kings descended. They had fought the Dark Star Divine King, so they were all extremely exhausted right now. Coupled with the fact that one of them had already been slightly injured by Long Chen's heavenly punishment, they had also experienced the Dark Star Divine King's power. They knew they were completely unable to punish Long Chen with their strength alone. It's only been a decade or so, yet you've actually grown to such a level. You look rather impressive. You're so young, yet you wield 2 chaotic prime fortune god artifacts and possess the chaotic prime infinite divine technique. It's probably difficult to find another genius like you in the myriad worlds. They obviously had no idea how old Long Chen was. They only knew that he had basically cultivated for the shortest amount of time. Thank you for the compliment. Long Chen knew there was no point in continuing the fight. He stowed the god-slaying sword away and said, "Everyone, if you want to find the eternal opal, you can go right now. Don't waste your time on me." As for Shen Yang and Shen Qiong, the deaths of 2 mere god kings shouldn't matter to you, right? The 8 divine kings laughed when they heard Long Chen's words. They said, "The 8 of us are fighting the Dark Star Divine King on the battlefield of gods and demons precisely to avenge our god kings. Are you trying to make us back off in the face of difficulties? You Long Chen, we're not done." At the end of the day, this was an issue of pride. They had already come all the way here, so they could not just return empty-handed. Moreover, the Dark Star Divine King had humiliated them too, so how could they just accept this? Otherwise they would have but this. Otherwise, their trip this time would be a huge joke. Among the 8 Divine Kings, the one who clashed with Long Chen had basically recovered. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and stared at Long Chen coldly before looking at the Dark Star Divine Emperor. Suddenly, he smiled. "Whatever, we'll stop here today. However, don't think that this is the end. We'll apply for a Heaven Region kill order from the Heaven Region Alliance. Long Chen, by then, no matter how capable the Dark Star Divine Emperor is, he won't be able to protect you. Long Chen was stunned. Was there such a thing? Remember, the day we obtain the Heaven Region kill order will be the day you die. The 8 God Emperors gathered together again, their movements and expressions almost identical. After saying one last sentence, they turned into 8 beams of white light and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes, shooting up into the sky. They must have gone to apply for a Heaven Region kill order from the higher-ups. The Dark Star Divine Emperor sighed. He turned around and said to Long Chen, "As I expected, the Eternal God race has always been this vengeful. They have an extremely terrible reputation in the Heaven Region Alliance, but they'll probably succeed with their application for a Heaven Region kill order this time." Long Chen asked, "Senior, in other words, if they obtain the Heaven Region kill order, even if I'm here in the battlefield of gods and demons, it'll be useless?" The Dark Star Divine Emperor said, "Yes. When I see the Heaven Region kill order, I have to cooperate with them and drag you out. This is the rule of the Heaven Region Alliance. As a member of the Heaven Region Alliance, I obviously have to abide by it." "I see. As it seems, I really don't have much time left. The Dark Star Divine Emperor cannot help me, so the only way is for me to possess the power to defeat the 8 Divine Kings. Only then can I charge out of here. If I can't even deal with the 8 Divine Kings, it'll be very difficult to take away Li Xuanji. It'll be almost impossible." "Senior, how long do you think it'll take for them to obtain the Heaven Region kill order?" Long Chen asked cautiously. The Dark Star Divine Emperor said, "There's a process involved, so normally speaking, it'll be a year, or a few years. Of course, if they're in a hurry, maybe half a year will be enough. After all, this is a personal grievance of the God Sacrifice Great World. Moreover, with your outstanding performance, it's possible for you to be recruited into the Heaven Region Alliance. You can probably stay in the battlefield of gods and demons for another half a year or so. If I receive any news by then, I'll contact you to leave early." It was actually relatively difficult for him to completely reach God King in half a year's time, but this was the battlefield of gods and demons. Everything was possible, so Long Chen was not necessarily frightened. To be honest, if it were in the past, I might not have taken these 8 primordial divine kings seriously, and they wouldn't have been able to touch you. It's just that I've been punished by the Heaven Region Alliance to guard the battlefield of gods and demons. I'm a sinner, so I don't have much authority in the Heaven Region Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to obtain the Heaven Region kill order." "I see. Don't worry, Senior. This is a personal grievance of mine. I can deal with it." Long Chen understood that the Dark Star Divine Emperor was not related to him at all. He had already done everything he could by helping him so far. If he wanted to roam the myriad worlds, he would still have to rely on himself. The Dark Star Divine Emperor studied him for a while and smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't think you'd already successfully practiced the chaotic scripture in such a short amount of time. The power you erupted with earlier already gives you the right to make it into the top 10 of the God King ranking. Looks like you can already challenge Ling Luo. After a while, you might even make it into the top 10. By then, the Heaven Region Alliance will definitely place more importance on you. If you just rely on yourself, you might be able to contend against the 8 Divine Kings. Work hard." Reaching there, the Dark Star Divine Emperor sighed. "I've always believed that adversity is the greatest impetus for cultivation. In adversity, it's like you've gained endless support. You have to make good use of this opportunity." With that, the Dark Star Divine Emperor turned into a streak of black light and vanished into the battlefield of the demonic gods. Long Chen knew that time was tight. It was time for him to return and cultivate. It was very likely that he only had half a year to work on his way to the eternal god race. He did not just want to make it into the top 10 of the God King ranking, but first place. Ling Luo was someone he had to challenge. As soon as he thought of Ling Luo, he passed through the long tunnel and entered the battlefield of the demonic gods. He saw Ling Luo, who had a black flower on her head, leaning against the wall, waiting for him. At a time like this, Ling Luo was quiet and elegant, just as enchanting as the black flower. "After seeing your performance earlier, I think the first thing you'll do after you return is challenge me." Ling Luo spoke with the same tone as before, unhurried and unhurried. Everything seemed insignificant to her. "Yeah. Pick a time. Just be quick." Long Chen did not hold back. After all, it was just a spar. There was no need for it to escalate to a battle to the death like what he did with the demon spirit. That was what Ling Luo wanted too. Ling Luo did some calculations and said, "You've just obtained the chaotic scripture, so you can familiarize yourself with it. Let's do it half a month later. You and I can both make sufficient preparations and display our best condition then." She was like a gentle friend. She did not seem like Long Chen was challenging her. All right. Actually, Long Chen had originally planned on just 2 days, but she said half a month, so he would do it. It was the same pace as Long Chen. The God Kings on the God King ranking had 2 chances to challenge each month. Long Chen planned on challenging them every half a month. He would challenge Ling Luo half a month later. If he succeeded, he would challenge the 10th on the God King ranking in another half a month, and he would challenge the 9th 45 days later. These 11 experts were the pinnacle god monarchs of the myriad worlds. Right now, they were Long Chen's most precious treasures. Long Chen was already a little impatient. He wanted to see what kind of talents, abilities, and laws each of them had. They could stand at the peak of the God King ranking. When they became God Emperors, they would also be extraordinary. They might even bring a great surprise to Long Chen compared to ordinary God Emperors. Therefore, Long Chen was eager to fight with them. If he could challenge once every half a month, it would take about half a year for him to reach the first on the God King ranking. At that time, it would depend on whether he could reach the God King realm or not. When he reached the God King realm, Long Chen believed that he would definitely be able to defeat ordinary God Emperors. This was the toughness of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Then let's make it half a month. In addition, there's something I have to tell you. Ling Luo smiled faintly. She turned to look at Long Chen and said, If you defeat me, I will tell you the specific information about a person you want to know. I will tell you about her situation and what she has encountered. Long Chen was startled. Of course, he knew who Ling Luo was talking about. From the moment Ling Luo appeared, he felt that Ling Luo's temperament was similar to Li Xuanji's. Sure enough, they were related. It's her, right? Yes, Li Xuanji. At this point, Ling Luo emphasized again. I'll explain it to you after you defeat me. This is her order, so don't make things difficult for me. Don't worry, she has a lot of time to wait for you. Long Chen would not make things difficult for Ling Luo. After all, it was only a matter of 15 days. He said, I just want to ask you a question. Tell me first, then I will know if I can answer, Ling Luo said. Long Chen asked, what's your relationship with her?